that gave us birth and blessing, land that called us ever homewards. We will go home across the mountain. We will go home, we will go home, we will go home across the mountain. We will go home, we will go home, we will go home across the mountain. Land of freedom, land of heroes, land that gave us hope and memories. Hear our singing, hear our longing. We will go home across the mountain. We will go home, we will go home, we will go home across the mountains. We will go home, we will go home, we will go home across the mountains. Land of sun and land of moonlight, land that brought us joy and sorrow, land that gave us love and laughter. We will go home across the mountain. We will go home, we will go home, we will go home across the mountains. We will go home, we will go home, we will go home across the mountains. When the land is there before us, we have gone home across the mountains.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hope y'all are doing all right tonight. We are back with some more Final Fantasy XIV, doing more story content. Past couple evenings I've been doing some grinding, so we are maxed out with Dark Knight right now. Full level 80 Dark Knight. So of course that gave us time to pick up Machinist, which I haven't done. I've literally done nothing with yet. We also got ourselves a new glamour. Just decided, you know what, we're gonna upgrade our equipment and do some glamour. So I've lost like over 1 million gil just spending stuff in the to get upgrades in the what am I trying to say? On the market board. But let's go ahead and continue our story here. Judging by the glint in Runar's eye, there is more for you to learn about Slitherbow. Ah, you are returned. Very good. No doubt they were glad of your company. It has been too long since we've had visitors. Remember, if you have any questions, or if there's anything you need, do not hesitate to ask. Speaking of which, we must arrange food and lodgings for your stay. As friends of Master Matoya, we cannot ask for payment, but if you would be willing to lend us a hand, it would be my pleasure. We are fortunate indeed to play host to such generous souls. The task I have in mind is simple enough. All I ask is that you take a jug of water and the crops to the crops in the square. May I help too? Of course. One of you can do the filling, the other can do the watering. Speak with Isabel when you have finished. She will be relieved to hear the crops have been tended to. While you take care of that, I will see to your room and a warm meal. Right then. I'll fill, you water. Epic quest music for watering crops. This was the only jug I could find which was small enough to lift, but I'm afraid there's a crack in the bottom. We need to hurry to the garden before all the water leaks out. Take the jug of water to the square before the contents leak out. You have 45 seconds to complete the task. Should you fail, return to Minfilia and try again. Gotta go fast, faster, faster, faster. You have watered half the plot. Fetch another jug of water to take care of the rest. Was there enough water for the plot? No, we need more. Only half? I see. Let me refill the jug for you. Oh, I can't sprint to make this faster. The whole plot has been thoroughly watered. That didn't take much. She's a drow. Well met, travelers. I observed you earlier speaking with the others. Have you need of something? You watered the crops? My apologies for not noticing sooner. I have been rather distracted as of late. Watering the crops is always Tadia's duty. God, I can't talk. We have since taken to sharing the duty, though never with the guests. Is there anything else we can do to help? We could plant something if you like. There is no need. The plot is small, it is true, but it provides us enough to survive. We ask for no more. I don't know how you manage. Have the blessed not considered leaving? Life would surely be easier almost anywhere else. I can understand why you might say that, but the easiest path is not always the right one. Tell me, do you know our history? How our faith came to be? Yes, I believe so. The Knights Blessed was initially formed by those who lost their homes in the wake of the flood. What began as an occasional gathering of survivors eventually grew into a great community, which ultimately decided to strike out on its own for the Ratika Greatwood. I see you have read your history. But there is a history that is told, and one that is lived. Like so many in those times, the first of the Knights Blessed lost everything, their homes, their loved ones, all they held dear. To make matters worse, none would say what became of the souls of those lost to the flood when their bodies were reborn as sin eaters. The people were without answers, without hope. Their gods drowned along with everything else. It seemed that nothing was beyond the reach of the light. But soon they realized that where there is light, there must be darkness. And in that truth they found new faith, a belief that the souls of the departed could yet find peace beyond these burning skies and the sunless sea, so that we pray for the safe passage of wayward souls onto that blessed black abyss, for the return of the night, which might someday look upon the kingdom of heaven with my own eyes. We remain in these woods for the selfsame reason our founders first chose them, that we may lead lives of simplicity, with the shades of these trees a constant reminder of our faith. With so many seeking paradise in Yulmore, it's refreshing to find people who value a humbler existence. You're very kind to say so. Many consider our way of life foolish, and so it must seem to those who yet cling to worldly possessions. In times such as these, when everything can be taken away in an instant, it is all too easy to lose sight of why we fight to go on living. It is not hold fast to material things, but to hold to those who went before us in our hearts, to keep alive the legacy they have left us. This must we do for them, our children and generations yet unborn. To keep their legacy alive. So all this XP is gonna go for nothing because we're already level 80 Dark Knight. It's too bad I can't bank it all for like the next. I can't bank it all for the next expansion. Done tending to the crops already? Very good. Should not be long before your room is ready. Runar! Uh-oh. Sounds like some trouble. In the woods. Sun Eaters. I fear they may have the touch. Where? The grove to the southwest. For a mercy, they've yet to wander any closer to Slitherbough. When we have no need to engage, inform the guard that no one's to set foot outside the village until they have moved on. But sir, what of Tadia's hearthstone? It must be retrieved before the service. Of all the times for Sin Eaters to appear. Are you just going to leave them alone? Under normal circumstances, we would not hesitate in striking the beasts down, but if they indeed had the touch, we will not risk them corrupting one of our own. What was it you said about a stone? A few days past, Tadia, a child of the Knights Blessed, was slain by Sin Eaters. We succeeded in retrieving her body, but in our haste we failed to notice her necklace was gone. Strung to it was a pendant of jade, her heartstone. All of the Knights Blessed are given such a stone at birth. It is the most valuable possession one can own. It is a custom to present the heartstone of one of the deceased at their funeral as an offering to the heavens, but now... Well, guess who needs to go kill some Sin Eaters? What if I could find it for you? I have experience fighting Sin Eaters, and the Light's corruption does not touch me like it does others. Master Matoya called you Minfilia, did she not? Are you truly the Minfilia, descended from the Oracle? Even so, I dare not ask you to risk your life for the Blessed. I understand how you feel, but I can't stand by knowing that your people are in need and I can help. Please let me do this. Very well, but if the danger proves too great, you must retreat. I could never forgive myself if we were forced to hold a second service. I nearly forgot about Thancred. What if he returns before I do? Don't worry, I'll come with you. Thank you. With you at my side, I'm certain we can deal with them in no time at all. Swiftly, and may the shadows keep you both. Dun-na-na-na-na-na. Alright. Where are we going? Over there? This way. Lizard, lizard. Here we are. You'll see him before I will. There, the Sin Eaters. I see one. There's the other. It's time to cut us some angel wings. What are they patrolling for? I was hoping there would only be one. There's no way we can search for the stone without dealing with them first. Let's get to it then. What? Shouldn't we make a plan first? Though, there are only two. I'll draw one of them away. You can deal with the other. This is not going to end well, and I can already see it. Like, she's going to be fine, but Thancred's going to be pissed. Hello, boyo. Let's try out this living shadow. Come on, Frey, let's do it. Damn. Oh, he's about to go away. The steam withdraws from the battlefield. Well, I see a dead Sin Eater, so that would logically say that Minfilia did her job. Arasada, there you are. It's done, though I fear I was a bit careless. I'll do better next time, I promise. Oh shit. You okay? I'm fine. You needn't worry about me. More importantly, we have to find that Hearthstone. They said it was made of jade, right? I'll search over here in the brush. That's a pretty big search area. Seems to be no trace of Hearthstone here. Alright, I'm keeping an eye on my phone right now. Because my roommate's on his way home. He's just spent the week with his parents. And so when he gets home, I want to make sure to be able to help him, like, unload his car. Okay, so... Oh, there's the place. So we're looking for a piece of jade and all this greenery. Seems to be no trace of the heartstone here. Damn it. Did we just search this? You brush away leaves and uncover a brilliant green gem. Must be it. Did you have any luck? It's beautiful. This has to be it. You know, Thancred said you were a man of many talents. I think I'm beginning to understand what he meant. I have so much to learn if I'm to be even half the hero you are. The hero she was. I'm sorry. Forget I said anything. We should hurry back to Slitherbough. Runar and the others are probably worried. Uh-oh, I sense a scolding. Well, out with it then. Thancred, I can explain. Thank goodness you're safe. I had begun to fear the worst. By all that is dark, you found it. We can proceed with her service as planned. These blessed gems serve not only to protect us in life, but to guide our spirits into the sunless sea in the hereafter. Even should we be felled by the Sin Eaters, so long as these gems are recovered, our souls are ensured peace in the dark. Saying goodbye, Runar lets out a sigh of relief. Words fail to express my gratitude for the kindness you have done for the blessed. I must insist you and your friends attend Todia's service as honored guests. There is still much we must do to prepare, but please go and inform the others that it will be held in the darker. When you arrive, there should be an attendant present to explain the proceedings. Arasada and I learned so much about the Knights Blessed while you were away, and we helped them recover a lost heirloom out in the woods. I know I wasn't supposed to leave, but they needed our help. There were Sin Eaters, and as long as he accompanied you, but do try to be more careful. Your injuries could have been a lot worse. How did you... Let's just say a little bird told me, and he's telling me now that Arasada has business with us. Stop spying on us! Is something the matter? They've asked us to attend the service. Of course we'll go. It's being held in the darker, isn't it? We'll take care not to be late, I promise. Between your earlier excursion and my patrol of the area for Sin Eaters, hopefully Stola and Orianger will be able to finish their work in peace. It's such a relief to know everything is going as planned. I'll join you in the darker shortly. You know, you just said everything's going as planned. That means it's not going to go as planned. Placid Elder. The elderly woman hands you a candle. She then points over to a nearby corner where you might place it. Blue flamed candle. I like the outfits that they're wearing.
It seemed only right that we show our faces. May we join you?
Don't see why not.
Let us begin.
It's very pretty.
I thank you all for coming to pay respects to our fallen daughter of the night. In the light, she was known as Todia, but in the dark, we shall remember her always as Menine. Let us each take a moment to offer her our prayers. We entrust her now to the night's sweet embrace. In darkness will she be free from pain and suffering, now and forevermore. May her soul find peace in the sunless sea of heaven, and in the love we bear for her in our hearts.
There's so much in this expansion that is just absolutely sad.
That vessel represents the night sky, the sunless sea of heaven.
It looks like stars.
We call upon you now, O bringer of shadow, to lead this gentle soul onto the sea. We call upon you, O warrior of darkness, to deliver her unto paradise everlasting.
I am told you assisted in the preparations for the service. On behalf of the Blessed, you have my sincerest thanks. The enduring legend of the Warrior of Darkness owes much to the traditions of these people. And none were more ardent in their faith than Todia. She would have been greatly moved by your presence.
I feel like I'm stepping into a role that was prepared for me. You know I don't deserve such reverence.
You might not deliver her to the heavens, but if you could deliver the night sky to her people, the real night sky, it would be the next best thing.
That is the plan.
Their prayers would finally be answered. They could gaze up at the firmament and see their ancestors in every twinkle of the stars. We cannot allow their hopes and dreams to drown in the light. We have to bring back the dark. If we don't, who will? Forgive me, thinking of all those we have lost.
No, it's all right. We will bring back the dark.
Mayhaps sooner than later, in fact.
Oh? Do you have a lead?
Urionje and I finished deciphering the tablet, and its contents were most illuminating. Let us reconvene in my chambers. We have much to discuss.
Sweet. Hopefully, Stola has good news to share. A chance to reclaim the night is a lit of fire in Menfilia that I would see kindled. What do you suppose she's gleaned from the tablet? I have no doubt thou wilt find the contents of the tablet most informative. Good, you're here. Thanks to the Exarch's gift, our next course of action is now clear. Shola seems quite pleased with herself, but whether she has good or bad news to share remains to be seen. Let me begin by first explaining the origins of this tablet. I initially believed it might detail the history of the Church of the First Light. Much to my surprise, it dates back to the end of the Rokan Empire. It was likely written under the direction of the reigning ruler. It was a time of strife and unceasing war with neighboring nations. With each passing day, they yielded more and more territory to their enemies. In their desperation, petitions for aid were sent out to the allies. This is one such petition. And you think this ancient petition will somehow help us get to Jamaja? Indeed we do. For etched onto this tablet is a method by which one may prove themselves an ally of the Ronkin Empire. Provided we are able to decipher said instructions, we may entreat the ruins' protectors to grant us safe passage. The problem, however, is I presently lack the resources to decipher them in its entirety. We have but one recourse. There exists a stone monument inscribed with ancient Ronkin text that translations into a more modern dialect which came to use after the fall of the Empire. Where can we find this monument? A Rosetta Stone. Here in Sitia, quite close to Slitherbow, in fact. The good news ends there, however, for it's in the possession of a rather radical faction of Dark Worshippers, Children of the Everlasting Dark. If I am to study the monument, I must infiltrate their encampment. I have no intention of taking longer than absolutely necessary, but I will nevertheless require time to transcribe the text I need, to ensure me that I will have enough. I'm afraid I must ask you and Thancred to assist me. And before you ask, the answer is no. If we're to remain unseen, our group must be as small as possible. Alright, I'll stay here until you return. Won't be long. If anything should happen, you keep her safe. Then let us convene outside. To the west of Slitherball is the path that leads... over to... Whatever. Apparently, I just can't talk today. I'm tripping over my own tongue constantly. Look for the two people with white hair. All set. The encampment we seek is to the north, but it would be foolish to simply rush in. The guard has been posted at Cleric to keep watch over the children. Perhaps he was ought to share their recent activity. But we must tread carefully. There is a chance we may encounter them along the way. Stay close, stay alert. I would avoid confrontation if possible. They rejoice in dealing death to others, claiming that in doing so they cleanse their victims of sin and usher them to the sunless sea. I'd rather not sully my hands defending myself against such madmen. Ah, I was trying not to get caught on that. Oh, hi. By the blessed dark. Thank goodness you are unharmed. We would have arrived sooner, but we too had rather unwelcome visit from the children. You are an acquaintance of Master Montoya, then. My apologies. Strange, what have you seen? At first, there seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary, the usual gathering of ingredients for poison from flora and fauna. But then I took great notice of their venomous spiders. They've been breeding them with such great numbers, as if they're preparing for something. Any ideas as to what? It could be anything, really. If it meant the end of the Blessed, nothing would be too cruel or violent for them. But perhaps we can use their present preoccupation with spiders to our advantage. If we were to introduce a threat to the nests where they keep them, the children would be compelled to save them. Bees, for example, are a natural predator of spiders. Set them loose upon the nests, and we will have our opportunity to sneak into their encampment. What a mischievous plan. I like it. With a bit of smoke, we should be able to subdue a few colonies long enough to insecure their hives. Have you anything we might be able to use? We should have smoke bombs in the old outpost just over there. Then it's settled. Grab a few smoke bombs from the outpost and search for beehives. I imagine the bees won't take too kindly to your visit, but once they're knocked out, take the beehives and bring them back here. 2 will suffice, I should think. This seems like a really elaborate plan. Go. There's a beehive. First, we're gonna have to kill all the mobs. This large burlap sack. Alright, we got 1 beehive. There's another one. Oh, that was the wrong button. There we go. At least we're not having to deal with giant spiders, I guess? I mean... I'm not an arachnophobe, but I know a couple people who are, and it can be quite debilitating when they have to deal with giant spiders in a video game. The guard returned to Slitherbow, but not before offering his thanks. As for the beehives, Thancred and I were successful in acquiring what we needed. How did you fare? Got 2. That's more than enough. The children are certain to be displeased. Let's hurry before the bees begin. Before the bees begin to stir. The children's settlement is to the west, a place they call Woven Oath. According to the guard, there's an airway apart from the entrance, which leads to spiders' nests. If the fates are kind, the way will be clear. Love the name of this quest. A beautiful plan. Here we are. We should move quickly before any of the children arrive. Alright, Stola, let's do this. Up there is the airway. Do you see it? A bit far, perhaps, but we should be able to toss the bag through, though we should probably loosen the ropes, keeping it closed, though it falls open enough that it falls open when it lands inside. May I do the honors? That should do it. Now we wait. What is that? Bees! By the abyss, they're everywhere! Help! Someone help! We have to save the spiders! Sounds like our plan is working. Still, it's quite as likely not we're all drawn away from their posts. If you should come to blows with the children, I'll see to any signs of struggle are concealed. Failing that, I'll create a distraction to buy Y'shtola more time. Should anyone get past me, it falls to you to guard her. Your concern is appreciated, but I sincerely doubt it will come to that. Why do I get the feeling you enjoy the idea of my loafing about the board in the shadows? Come now, Thancred. The shadows are a fitting place for a warrior of darkness. Now, if you're both ready. Okay, that just leads in there. Ah. Wait, how do I get in here? Way over here. I'm assuming I gotta go through here? They're not aggroing me, which is weird. The font of seeing suggests this is a chamber for prayer. At the very least, they would not place near potential distractions from their worship. Perhaps the monument is further in. There it is. That mural. So the heroes. That's Ardbert's party. I will be but a moment. Keep watching the entryway. On second thought, do you mind examining the ritual murals on these walls while I look over this? At a glance, I can tell they're old, predating the founding of the Blessed and the Children, in fact. We're not like to come here a second time. It would behoove us to learn all that we can. Examine the murals and take note of the events that they may depict. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target a mural and examine it with the left mouse button. Ronkin mural. Here it is. Primitive mural. The mural appears to be ancient. A warrior in the middle stands triumphant over what appears to be a creature of shadow. Other figures surround the warrior, rejoicing in their victory. Ronkin Monument. This mural depicts appears to be old. A ruler sits atop a throne attended by their subjects. This mural appears to be fairly old. A knight shields himself and their comrades from an encroaching darkness. The central figure is considerably faded. It's killing a creature of shadow. An empire
These
with
paintings,
subjects.
they seem familiar. Depictions of heroes throughout history. The Age of Gods, the Empire of Ronka, and this.
It's you.
There was a man, a researcher who pored over these pieces. He offered us work when we needed it. Slaying beasts, delivering provisions. A funny old bugger he was. But he had a good heart. He believed this first painting dated back to a time of myth and legends. A tribute to the heroes of a long-forgotten era. The story went that it was rediscovered by an explorer from Ronka, who was so struck by its majesty that a second painting was commissioned, commemorating the heroes of their day. One day you will all be here too, he said. Heroes immortalized forever. Maybe I'll paint you myself.
Some interesting
I had to laugh at
eyewear.
that. We were only trying to make our way after all. Being heroes couldn't have been further from our minds.
And yet...
But it seems he actually went and did it. Before or after the flood, I wonder. Rather faded, isn't it, compared to the others? Or did someone try to scrape it off the wall? Well, maybe the man himself once he came to his senses. Do you suppose your deeds will warrant an addition to this collection? Or some other kind of monument?
God, I hope not.
There you are. I have everything I need. Let us quit this place. Is something the matter? We should go. The others are waiting.
Right, you're correct. There's people who are shouting in general chat about the song, the background music. Good to see my distraction proved successful. I believe I now have everything we need to finish deciphering the tablet. Tell me, Arasada, did the murals appear to be of any significance? Depictions of heroes from the Age of Gods, the Ronkan Empire, and immediately before the Flood. Very astute observations. Perhaps in another lifetime you could be a curator of antiquities. Though it has no bearing on the task at hand, perhaps that knowledge may prove to be of use in the future. An unwanted proposal. Shtola's thirst for knowledge sated, she seems content to return to Slitherbell. Let's hurry to Slitherbell. The others are waiting. And after we've returned, the two of you should rest a while. No doubt Runar will be eager to have you sample his cooking. As soon as I discover anything of import, you will be the first to know. We'll be lazy and just teleport back. Alright. So we're at the hour mark, so I'm going to take a quick break. Just for like 5 minutes. I'm going to get up, move around, stretch out, hit the restroom, all that kind of stuff. For those of you watching me at home, I highly suggest you do the same. I'm going to turn our background music on here. And I will be back in about 5 minutes.
Land of bear and land of eagle, land that gave us birth and blessing, land that called us ever homewards. We will go home across the mountain, go home, we will go home, we will go home across the mountain. We will go home, we will go home, we will go home across the mountain. Land of freedom, land of heroes, land that gave us hope and memories. Hear our singing, hear our longing. We will go home across the mountain. We will go home, we will go home, we will go home across the mountains. We will go home, we will go home, we will go home across the mountains. Land of sun and land of moonlight, land that brought us joy and sorrow, land that gave us love and laughter. We will go home across the mountain. We will go home, we will go home, we will go home across the mountains. We will go home, we will go home, we will go home across the mountains. When the land is there before us, we have gone home across the mountains.
Alright, and we are back. Go ahead and fade out background music and get back to it. I apologize ahead of time. You guys are going to have to deal with me snacking while we play because I am actually ravenously hungry. Irisada, the guard told me you left with Master Montoya to the Woven Oath. And no sooner do you return than she locks herself away in her chambers without so much as a word. She knows how I worry when she leaves without telling me. But she's safe, and that's all that matters. You must be hungry after such a journey. Why not have a seat there by the fire? The stew will be ready. Interesting sounds of forest life.
Strange.
What is?
The others on patrol should have returned by now. Our food will be overcooked if we wait any longer. We will just have to start without them. Would you call Master Matoya and the others?
That's never a good sign.
I tire of these games, Urianger. Why do you pretend you cannot see it? The blessing may spare him the fate of becoming a Light Warden. But you cannot be blind to the nascent corruption. He is not as he was in the Source.
The corruption.
Though I have no proof, I fear that the light which poured forth from the Wardens was not negated at all. I fear it was absorbed, that he has been suffused with their light.
Though I have given thought to this possibility, I dare not speak until more is known.
By the time you deign to enlighten us, it may be too late, if it is not already. Urianger, I know full well, after all these years, that you have only the best of intentions. But that does not make it any easier to put my faith in a man so infatuated with secrecy.
I mean, she makes a good point.
I have had my suspicions ever since the Exarch bade you speak that day. But now I must ask. The 8th Umbral Calamity and all that followed. Everything you claim to have seen. Did you?
Are you saying he's lying?
Help! Someone help!
Oh shit, what's going on?
The Yulmorans have come for us! We're under attack!
Oh, time to go kick some Yulmoran ass. Meanwhile, in Yulmore, bloated, fat piece of shit.
Lord Vorthry, how good it is to see you. How long has it been? Not since your inauguration, unless I'm mistaken. Too long, at any rate. May I say how humbled I am to be invited not only into your city, but your home. You are as generous as ever.
And you as disingenuous. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. This merry band of dissidents people are calling Warriors of Darkness, they have slain Sin-Eaters, and by all accounts the Crystarium is complicit in their villainy.
Villainy?
And now I hear reports of your people obstructing my soldiers. So I must ask, what exactly do you think you are doing?
I might ask you the same thing. It should be clear, even to you, that defeating the Light Wardens represents the world's only hope of survival. Even now, the people of Lakeland and Ilmeg rejoice in the return of night. For 100 years, they yearned for a means to fight back against the Sin-Eaters, and at last they have found one. Yet you choose to stand idly by and do nothing. Why?
Why? Because this hope you cling to is nothing more than a fever dream, an exercise in futility. Even should you slay the Sin-Eaters, the world as we know it is beyond salvation.
Is it, though?
With what little land and resources remain, the people would be free only to starve. Before long, they would turn to violence, then to war, and ultimately usher themselves unto oblivion. They require a firm hand to shepherd them from the edge. The hand of a king. Nay, a god.
And you think you are this god?
I will see their wishes granted. I will give them peace, order, and they shall never want for bliss. Men are fickle creatures who entertain vague ideals without the faintest notion what they cost. But a little fear can go a long way towards helping them realize what it is they truly need. Sanctuary. And they shall find none in this world save that which I afford them. That is why the Sin Eaters exist. To unite the world under my dominion.
So wait.
A paradise fit to grace the 8th Umbral era.
What was that?
A minor epiphany, nothing more. You have always held sway over those around you. Those who defy you must submit or die. What sits before me is the inevitable result of bloated privilege and unchecked power. But man is more resilient than you think. His achievements are not the product of violence and bloodshed, but compassion and understanding. This calamity is but another crisis to be overcome, and we will, once we eliminate the Sin Eaters.
You poor deluded fool. These people care not for the morrow. They care only for the now, and the contentment they lack. What good is a paradise to them if it is 1,000 years in the making, or even 100?
It's not for them.
You underestimate them, Lord Vorthry. They see further than you think. I have beheld it in the blood and sweat and tears of those who would sacrifice everything for a future they may never know, that their children may never know. I have beheld it in the hopes and dreams of those who came before, which we bequeath to those who come after, that they might in turn build upon the foundations laid by our forebears. These are the bonds which hold man and his world together, not your gilded chains, and I will resist your every effort to shackle him.
In summary, you will continue to support the villains hunting my Sin Eaters?
With tremendous enthusiasm, for I have faith in the future they would build.
Why do I even bother?
That is a very good question.
Fools, the lot of you. So naive! So painfully predictable! Did you imagine I did not know your mind? That I would wait until after this meeting to dispatch my forces? Even as we speak, they march to the Sin Eaters' defense. Insurrection will not be tolerated! The people of this world are mine to rule, mine to command. And you are no exception! What?
Yep, knew it was an illusion.
Insolent swine! I will not stand for this! Do you hear me?
Fucking baby man.
You speak for the Knights Blessed?
I do. I presume that is your doing. If you've come to parley, I must insist that you first return him to us.
You're in no position to make demands.
I am in every position to make demands.
By Lord Vorthry's decree, Raktika now falls under the governance of Yulmore. You will henceforth answer to us.
Is that so? And the children of the Everlasting Dark have acquiesced to this madness?
We have reached an accord, yes. Too many times have the Knights Blessed shunned Yulmore's overtures of friendship. The risk that you harbor hostile intentions has grown too great to ignore. Therefore, his lordship has claimed dominion over this forest and bestowed executive authority upon the children of the Everlasting Dark.
In his wisdom, Lord Vorthry has agreed to recognize ours as the only permissible expression of dark worship. It's one true faith.
Do you think that's honestly going to
You
stand?
and your false creed are a blight on these woods. A foul, unholy corruption that must be cleansed. Little wonder the Warrior of Darkness visits both Lakeland and Ilmeg, yet shuns Raktika. Your perverted teachings hold blessed shadow at bay.
You have accepted the yoke of Yulmore to spite us, then? Fools. Darkness will never return to these skies while they hold sway.
Those of you minded to obey his lordship are to make for woven oath with all haste. We will leave you, that you may have time to prepare.
Just let me murder them!
Oath? Are you suggesting we abandon our fate to join those zealots?
Just let me murder them!
What has your faith afforded you thus far? Nothing! We will guide you along the righteous path.
And should we refuse?
Anyone found here upon our return will be considered a traitor to Yulmore, and dealt with as such.
Ugh. It's such a small force.
We will discuss these developments after I have tended to our casualty.
Heroic nod. I never get a chance to rest. The guard hath inflicted with the most terrible and efficacious poison. We have attempted all manner of healing incantations. Alas, his condition remains unchanged. At present, we can but slow the poison's advance. I pray it will afford us sufficient time to find a cure. How fareth the young guard? The poison spread throughout his system long before he was brought here. At present, there is naught we can do but try to ease his pain. Do not blame yourselves, my friends. All that can be done has been done. Even as we reached him sooner, it would have made little difference. The children employ countless poisons. Finding a suitable antidote is a nigh impossible task. What of the rest of the blessed? How have they taken the news of Yolmor's generous proposition? With anger and dismay, we cannot hope to oppose them and the children. I considered a convocation of all the knights blessed that we might consider their ultimatum, but I know how they will answer. Master Montoya, I'm truly sorry. We cannot abandon our faith. But there is no reason for you to suffer for our decision. Your work is not yet done, and you still have time to flee. Flee? I am not wont to run from my troubles. In fact, with Arasada's arrival, I am minded to take the offensive. Yeah, let's do it! Let's murder them all! The Umorians present us here plainly stems from a desire to protect the Light Warden. I say we seek it out and slay the creature before they return. Were darkness to fall over Raktika, they would have no cause to remain. All of which is rather easier said than done, unless, of course, you're finally deciphered that tablet. I have, as a matter of fact. With it, we can prepare everything we need to enter Ix-Majah. What say you all? We will need to act quickly. We cannot deny our fate, but one course lieth before us. We slay the Light Warden. Good. I leave the blessed in your capable hands, Runar. Very well. If there is no changing your mind, by all that is dark, I swear to keep the blessed safe. According to the tablet, we shall first need to obtain a seal used to identify the allies of Runka in times past. One such seal should be waiting for us in a complex of underwater ruins not far from here. You have some experience with subaquatic excursions, do you not? Then this should prove a simple task for you. The ruins we seek are at the bottom of Lake Tusi-Mikta. While you see to that, Menphili and I will remain here to help shore up Slitherbow's defenses. Your aid would be greatly appreciated. Alright, let's do it. We're gonna murder them all. I keep saying that, but it's because it's true. I'm tired of running. How far are we going here? Not too far. When you are ready, there you are, ready for a swim. The seal we seek should be stored in a chamber somewhere inside the ruins beneath the lake. However, the entrance is seemingly protected by a subtle locking mechanism rooted in the symbolism of Ronkin culture. The Ronkins sought to live in harmony with nature and considered certain animals to be sacred. Foremost in their pantheon was the snake, portrayed as the protector of the wood and arbiter of life and death. Below it were four others, each equal in rank: the curl, the colibri, the opo-opo, and the wolf. Characterized as bringers of liberty, words, enlightenment, and harmony, respectively. To open the chamber containing the seal, the tablet states one must pay due deference to 3 of these beasts by placing one's palm on monuments wrought in their image. This must be done in a specific sequence. My interpretation is correct. The order can be discerned from the 3 commandments to follow. Give praise to the snake, by its strength do our lands prosper. Be as the Opa Opo, rival thy kin in all parts betterment. In all parts seek betterments, so too does the whole. Be as the wolf, move as one. Peace comes to all who seek harmony with their kin. The tablet says not of the placement, size, or appearance of the monuments. Alas, hopefully all will become clear when you reach the bottom of the lake. Go safely. Oh. Sorry, Boyd. Alright, so we're going... So it was Snake, Opo Opo, and Wolf. Oh, I moved at the last minute there. You sense something else stir elsewhere in the lake. Lizard swim. Down. Entrance I'm missing somewhere. There it is. That's the curl. Opo Opo, there it is. Okay, so the last one is Wolf. Surprised these statues have remained intact. Once more, you sense something stir elsewhere in the lake. Perhaps the chamber containing the seal is open. Oh, look. It's a lookout position. You have arrived at a vista. Oh, wait. Hang on. Before I do that... Shit. Okay. So I can't do that yet. Alright. So don't want to do the Vista if I can't get the experience for it. I guess it's back through here? Yes. The door opens to reveal a pedestal upon which rests a medallion. You take it, secure it inside your clothing. That was kind of well timed to the music there, I think. Oh, I'm not going that far. Okay. Did you find it? The medallion. It bears an owl insignia of the Empire. There can be no doubt this is the seal of Ronka. Well done, Arasada. We can begin our preparations to enter Ixmaja in earnest. I don't know why my grit got turned off. Stola would waste no time in heading to Ixmaja. Bearing this seal, it should be possible to enter Ixmaja unmolested by its guardians. I will go ahead to Slitherbow and inform the others. When you have recovered from your exertions, meet with us in the cavern leading east out of the village. Let's do this. We are just powering through all of this story. I'm being one of those assholes, and I'm just gonna say being one of those assholes and powering through story, and then when I get done with the story, it's gonna be like I'm gonna be like, why isn't there more content? We're going to go to the one here that has... Oh, that barrier's gone. You have discovered a new location. That you have found the seal, perhaps bittersweet proof that the aid for which was so painstakingly forged never came. Thus did the Empire crumble, its ruins reclaimed by the wood. Fate is ever a fickle mistress. We've done what we can to prepare them for the worst. Still, we should hurry before the children return with Yulmoran reinforcements. I'm glad to see you're safe. Everyone is ready to go if you are. Good, you're here. Runar opened the gate for us but moments ago. Behind lies Ixmaja and presumably the Light Warden. It did not take long for the Woods Protectors to find me when I last came here, and I expect them to fall upon us just as quickly this time. Though we carry the seal, there is no reason to let our guard down. Now, let us seek the Warden and put an end to its reign over these woods. The Wild Fete. It is incredibly dark out in here. Well, that's pretty. A blanket of blue flowers to follow us, or to give us our path. The Blind Forest of Ixmaja. Uh-oh.
It would seem we have found them.
You trespass upon sacred ground! Begone!
That's kind of sexy.
too!
Gambit! Notice they didn't animate me doing anything in all this, because they couldn't be,
Stop! We mean you no harm.
They didn't animate me doing anything here, because they didn't know what I'd be.
Is that...
We are allies of the Empire of Ronka. As is customary, we come bearing the seal of the Emperor.
It appears to be genuine.
That's cute.
Then perhaps there's yet hope.
Perhaps. We acknowledge your seal, but we must be certain of its authenticity. Follow the azure flowers to our village. There we will judge if you are friend or foe.
Try not to stray from the path. All right?
No guarantees.
Follow the flowers. Would it kill them to escort us?
It might. I mean, they say the wrong thing, I put a sword through their chests.
But if it affords us an opportunity to investigate Ixmaya, fine.
Ixmaya, okay. Oh, this looks to be... This looks to be the city we're in search of. I would have the seal that we may confirm its authenticity. Straight to the point, I see. Very well. There is no mistaking the crest of the royal family. It is of proper size, and by its weight it is plain as made of gold. The seal is indeed genuine. For 3,000 years we have waited for this moment, and now you are finally here. I bid you welcome, allies of Ronka. I am Almet, chieftainess of the Fano. Ulmet, her younger sister. Seamet, a pleasure. We were beginning to lose hope that you would come. I beg your pardon. These are troubled times for my people, though I can but imagine what has compelled you to venture into our woods. You must be tired after your journey. Come, take your ease. If you'd like, I will show you about the village, though I must warn you it is a long way down to the forest floor, so do watch your step. Hey, Vonnegut. Yes, we are at the famous mimetic forest, also known as the Lahi Zone. I also really like the decor. I'm enjoying Shadowbringers a great deal, though I keep having situations where I wish that they would let me off the lead, because I really want to kick some Yulmoran ass right now. Seamet is staring intently in your general direction. This way, what is your name? Arasada Ishiku. Very valid. Fair enough. Arasada, This is a common name nowadays. How times change. But I digress. Come, and be sure to watch your step. At least while I'm here, I can get an idea of what I'm eventually going to name my bunny boy. Speaking of which, I should... Yeah, no changes. All right. Just confirming. Are all of their names... Do all of their names end in met? No dawdling. Once we have learned what we can of the Warden and its whereabouts, we should be on our way. For 3,000 years did they wait. Incredible. For a moment, I was worried they wouldn't accept the seal. They call themselves V. Is that right? Not terribly diverse people from what I can see. Shh! Hush, Thancred. Like, you don't want to be surrounded by cute bunny girls. Or cute bunny boys, for that matter. I'll take either, really. Or both. Consecutively or concurrently. As bearers of the seal, you have the right to know what became of the Empire and my people's purpose here. We are the descendants of the palace guard which served under the last emperor, and to this day we carry on the duty of our forebears, the final decree of his eminence before Ronka's fall. By the wisdom of our people was Ronka made to thrive. Such knowledge must never be forgotten, or it may be suffered to fall into the hands of the wicked. Keep it secret, keep it safe, and look to the coming of our allies. Unto them you shall bequeath all, and thus will Ronka live on. By his command, we have remained in the Raktika Greatwood, guardians of Ronka ruins, and the wisdom held within. I hope thou wilt not think the question impertinent, but did thy people's famed longevity, perchance, play a part in the Emperor's decision to entrust this mission unto thee and thine? That was one reason, yes. We V could easily live to see three of your elven... I missed that. We were also fiercest warriors. There are none more fit to stand to watch over the remains of Ronka. But our duty has grown ever more perilous in the wake of the flood. Settlements such as this one were plentiful before the light claimed dominion over the land, but now, Fano is all that remains. Our numbers dwindle year by year. Before long, there will be no one left to honor the Emperor's wishes. And you believe we are the allies for whom you have waited? You have the seal, do you not? 3 millennia of waiting? That alone is nothing short of a miracle, truth be told. I had begun to think you would never come. Sister! We are glad of your presence here in Greatwood. The wisdom of Ronka is yours should you wish it. You only need to ask. And let me explain everything to this point. You come in search of the Light Warden. My apologies, I do not know where it makes its lair. Ulmet, do you recall any sightings of this creature? Not in the past 30 summers. 30? But that would mean... How old are you exactly? God, Minfilia, you can't just ask a bunny woman how old she is. Young enough to remember. With age comes knowledge. There may yet be one among us who has seen or heard of the abomination you seek. We have to leave to speak with the other V, then. We have leave to speak with the other V, then? But of course. Then we should split up and inquire individually. If someone knows of something, I would hear it while there is still time to act. Okay. Can't go in. Before we go poking around, for info, let's go ahead and grab the Aetherite. Is there a... Yeah, there's a Morrow Keep up there. Okay. We have Amaru for hire if you're interested. Alright. Now we can actually follow the quest. Loymet. You search for the Light Warden. I cannot say I've ever laid eyes on it. Our duty is to protect the ruins, nothing more. We have no need to strike out in search of such a foe. Oh, very helpful. There's somebody without a Met in their name. There is another Vista, but I can't use it because I'm already level 70 or level 80. Is she below me? Oh, there it is. Or there she is. Dimet. It was not my intention to pry, but your voices carry far. I know what you would ask of me. Unfortunately, the answer is no. I have not seen the Light Warden. I patrol the ruins perimeter regularly. If it were hiding nearby, I would know it. Okay, that's not a way down. Woof. Riding around my woof. An outsider? But how? By the gods, allies of the Empire? My sincerest apologies for failing to note your arrival. It was the Warden you wished to know about, yes? My mother, may she rest in peace, told me of its appearance in these woods. Before settling here in Fannau, she lived in a village near the Raktika Falls until it was destroyed by Sin Eaters. While out on patrol one day, she spotted a swarm of abominations, one of which was different from the rest. It was larger, for one thing, but what stuck with her was the way its fellows seemed to revere it. She was convinced that what she had seen was the Light Warden. Your exchange with Coral has taught you something about Light Warden's possible whereabouts. One more. But yeah, we're definitely, based off of that conversation that was had not, what, 10, 20 minutes ago, we're back on the don't trust anyone bandwagon. The Light Warden? No, I've not seen it. But I have witnessed the horrors of the Lesser Eaters, how they are wont to hunt in packs and carry off their victims rather than consuming them on the spot. I suspect the Warden is a grotesque, corpulent thing, waiting patiently for its minions to bring its next meal. I mean that in a sense of, because apparently Urianger and Stola were talking about some type of inherent corruption in, they used the word him, so, and talked about absorbing the light power, so I'm assuming they are talking about me. Were you able to learn aught of the Warden's whereabouts? Myriad are the tales the V's did share with me. Alas, none made mention of the Warden or its lair. Do you have any luck speaking with the V? No one I spoke to had seen hide nor hair of the Warden, but that might not be surprising given their disinclination to stray away from the ruins. I pray the others were able to provide you what I could not. near Raktika Falls. Why was I not told of this? I think I see how it was never spotted on our patrols. I've never heard of this Raktika Falls, but I can assume it lies deep within the woods of Ixmaya. Just so. But the tunnel which leads there collapsed after a rather bloody battle with the Eaters. It has not been passable for many years. We've made several attempts to clear away the rubble, but each time we were driven back. In the end, we were forced to give it up as lost, thereby making it a suitable place for the Warden to take sanctuary. There is perhaps one way to enter, though it would be at a great peril to you and your companions. The Kitana Ravel, a temple to the northeast. It has been sealed for centuries, but within is a path that leads to the falls. Can it be opened? For the allies of Ronka, it can. First, we must go to the Cumulatropolis. Once the flow of magic is restored there, the path through Kitana Raval can be opened. This may sound like a simple task, but there are certain obstacles which prevent us from attending to it ourselves. We know not how to overcome them. The Emperor never granted our forebears leave to look upon the secrets we are charged with protecting. That might not be tempted as a means so that we are withheld from us. But we can show you the way. The rest will be up to you. Would seem we have our work cut out for us then, shall we? Did you have to ask? That is slowly becoming Arasada's catchphrase. While we attend to matters in the Cumulatropolis, I would ask that your sisters accompany Uyangé and Thancred, and share with them all they can of these woods. While we have every intention of investigating Raktika Falls, 'tis yet possible the Light Warden dwells elsewhere. With that in mind, it would behoove us to prepare an alternative course of action. Uymet, Kaimet, I leave them to you. Yes, sister. Should our present course prove false, doubt not but that Thancred and I shall find any possible path forward. All that XP that's going to waste because I'm... Okay. I'm good. I'm okay. I'm okay. We must make haste and see this is done. The Kitana Ravel and the Light Warden await. There's always more XP. What you seek lies in the heart of the Cumulatropolis. Unfortunately, it too was sealed shut by the order of His Eminence. If we are to open it, we must look to the morning stars. Come, I'll show you the way. That way. I'm trying to figure out the best way to go here. Yeah, that's the correct direction. She has green hair. It is very cute. And I really like that the path is like paved in these blue flowers. That looks amazingly cool. Ah. Fine. Giant red fairy sword is the best sword. You were able to keep up, I see. Well done. Ahead lie the morning stars, 4 monuments built in tribute to the guardians of Raktika. Beyond them is the Great Pyramid of Uxner, where the flow of magic must be restored. It is said that the monuments are themselves the key to opening the pyramid, though I don't know how. That is for you to discover. Another puzzle. Wonderful. I would have a closer look. It is indeed another puzzle, but for a blessing, it appears to be similar to the one we encountered in the lake. These statues are all depictions of the divine beast mentioned on the tablet. No doubt they will open the way to the pyramid in like manner. We have but to discern the correct order. Let's split up and search the area for clues. These ruins are covered in ancient inscriptions. The answer may well be hiding among them. Indeed, it may be the best to transcribe them if they are as numerous as you say. Better that to risk overlooking something. Though transcription would prove impractical for you, not being versed in Ronkan script. No matter. I will employ a different approach. Impressions. Here. I had thought to use these clay tablets to record any significant imagery we discovered, but they will serve you just as well. Take impressions of any inscriptions you find. I will start at the base of the pyramids. You begin at the top. Once you have finished, return here and I will translate your findings. Alright. Ah! Giant steps. I can't fly yet. You take an impression of the writing inscribed on the monument. Let's see, is it just one side? Yes. Let's wonder if this is... Ah! That's really fucking steep. Don't mind me, Mr. Golem. There are so many inscriptions, I scarcely know where to start. God. You take an impression of the writing inscribed on the monument. Alright. So down to the other two. Nope, there it goes. Ha! How can it keep pace with me? Is it actually climbing the stairs after me? Seriously? Use clay tablet. Yeah, just look up the name of it is look up Godswood of Winterfell. It's designed for like ambient background stuff. It's the specific piece. When I say look it up, it's on YouTube. So you can just type that into YouTube, and it's like an hour long. So you can set it up for like background ambiance stuff. I trust you've made good use of those clay tablets. What do you think? Well done. A moment after I deciphered what you found. Apologies for the delay. Nothing we saw at the base of the pyramids gave hint to the solution of the puzzle, focusing instead on how to proceed having solved it. Your findings, on the other hand, appear to be a riddle. Once assembled, it reads as follows. Come together, share despair. Go thy ways, dread burdens bear. Mark the crown, heed its call. Avert thy gaze, forever fall. I had assumed that the puzzle would involve a sequence, but from what Almet and I were able to gather, it is but a matter of suffusing one of the statues with ether. The question being, which one? Have you any thoughts? Let's crown. I said mark the crown. So my first thought is the royal seal is an owl. So maybe it's the owl statue. Given your talent for finding solutions to vexus problems, I think it best you choose the statue. What say you, Arasada? Yes. Right then. After you have selected a statue, I shall imbue it with the required aether. Should it prove to be a trap, I am more than capable of warding off any malign magics it may contain. Now, which statue shall it be? Might I hear the riddle one more time? Yes, of course, I have it written here. Come together, share despair. Go thy ways, dread burdens bear. Mark the crown, heed its call. Avert thy gaze, and then you fall. Did that serve to inspire you? The owl statue? Alright, I pray this works. Apparently not. The aether has been absorbed. You really do have a talent for these things. Oh, apparently it worked. Okay, cool. The way should be clear now. Come, let us... Someone approaches! Sister! Sister! Kaimet? What are you doing here? What has happened? Yulmoran soldiers. They've entered Ixmaya. Yulmoran soldiers? What of the blessed? Nothing specific, but it seems the Yulmorans had little interest in Slitherbough or its people. According to our scouts, their general and his men made all haste for the gate to Ixmaja upon finding it. Maya. Together with Thancred, Uimet, and some of the others, we engaged them at the border. You are to return and assist Uimet at once. They are not to set foot near the ruins of Fanau. We will see to matters here and return as quickly as we can. Understood? Yes, sister. Be careful. They're moving faster than we thought. Though I knew time was short, I did not expect the Yulmorans to move so quickly. We have come too far to turn back now. Time is against us, friend. Quickly, into the pyramid. There we go. That's a name. Mikasa Tupasa. There's gonna be more. There's gonna be more puzzles, aren't there? Don't fall down the hole. Here we are. The switch should be opening these doors at the confessional of Tupasa the Elder, but why is it not open? Magic appears to be flowing through the walls, but is being obstructed as it approaches the door. It's not strange that we saw only one of these pedestals bear an owl statue. Strange indeed. The second statue is likely hidden to keep the door sealed. We can cover more ground if we split up. Almet, take the chamber to the south. Arasada, the one to the east. I will search the chamber to the west. Alright, so I might need to go on another break here in another couple of minutes because my roommate is getting home here in the not too distant future, and I'm going to help him. And I wanted to help him unpack, or not unpack, but unpack his car. So we will probably go on an extended break. I want to say it'll probably be about 10, maybe 20 minutes at most. There it is. But we're not gonna like cut stream short or anything like that because I want to keep going tonight. You ready to do an Indiana Jones? I've looked everywhere and wait, is that it? Looks like it. The statue, you found it. Looks light enough, but we need but return it to the other altar, no? One might assume so, but nothing about these ruins has ever been quite so simple. I sensed a strange energy emanating from the eyes of the statues in the corridors of this place. Should this figure be moved, it would not surprise me if they suddenly stirred to life. A trap, then, for the unsuspecting as they attempt to return this to its rightful place. Precisely. Caution would serve us well here. Which is why I would ask you to deliver the statue to the main chamber. An abundance of magic yet courses through these walls, from my eyes distractingly so. I believe yours, on the other hand, would be more apt to perceive the traps for what they are. Alright then, I'll meet you at the door to the confessional of Tupasa and the Elder. Deliver the owl statue to the altar at the entrance of the confessional of Tupasa the Elder. You have 2 minutes to complete this task. Should you fail, return to the starting location and begin anew. Be wary of attacks from enemies, which will sap your strength. Nice. Alright. And I can't sprint to make this easier. Don't mind me, Mr. Bat. That's what I thought. Yep, that one. Okay. Let's do this again. See, transporting, my first thought was train spotting. What? Okay, so... yeah. It looks silly. Rose frequently brings up how my tail kind of flip-flops. And it's much more pronounced because my tail is larger. You successfully delivered the statue to the altar. The statue is returned. Was that enough? I believe it was. I can see Aether flowing through the door now. Pray this means an end to the tricks and traps of these ruins. Well done. It doesn't. It doesn't mean an end. There will be more. You are but one step from entering the Katana Rival, and I must warn you, this last step is without question the most perilous. Overcome this final trial, and the path forward will be open to you. A path laden with more puzzles and traps, I'm sure. Did the Emperor always take such pleasures in wasting the time of his allies? Let us end this then, Arasada, while time is yet on our side. Man, Stola's just getting more and more sassy. Almit wishes to offer you words of warning. Before we enter, I would tell you of the trial that awaits you. The chamber is said to be filled with all manner of devices to keep trespassers away from the switch, the most potent being wards of displacement. They may very well force you into danger. Should we become separated, please use these. Whisper weeds. They will allow us to communicate no matter where we find ourselves. I think Arasada and I can work out how to use these well enough. Thank you. Alright, Arasada. The sooner we finish here, the sooner we can return to the others. Alright. Shall we get this over with? So it's going to desync me to 75 and item level 406. Sorry. Hurry before the Umoran soldiers gain any ground. Legend of the Not-So-Hidden Temple. Uh-huh. Wait, Do you see those sentinels? This is a neat instance, very creative. They're made to curse any who enter the pyramid. Beware their gaze. Are we... Magic to not. Sister, can you hear me? 2 soldiers have broken through our defenses. Follow them. They are not to reach this temple, understood? A pair of soldiers somehow made it past my sisters. No doubt that they are on their way here. All the more reason we should hurry then. Is he gonna turn around and go the other way? Yes. Another sentinel. This movement is somehow different from before. Stay sharp. So there is a pattern. Have a care, we know not what lies within. Okay. Those are massive. How do we get around them? I'll draw their attention with a glamour. It will not last long. The moment they are distracted, we must run with all haste. Make ready to run. Now. Got it. A teleportation device. This should end well. There's no turning back. Oof. Arasada, Alme, can anyone hear me? We have been sent to separate chambers. This mist, poison, and has nullified my magic. These markings on the floor, I think they show the way out. Okay. Okay, that'll lead me there to there. That leads me directly into that. There we go. Tricks and traps. Somehow we are still in one piece. That means little to the others if we do not hurry. We're gonna get an Indiana Jones boulder run, aren't we? Oh, shit. What was that noise? Yep, boulder run! By the gods! Faster, faster, faster would be better. Run! There, crevice in the wall. Run! Now, on most extreme elimination challenge. Come on, girls, keep up. We have to jump. We fell in water, which means we don't take any falling damage. Well, there's no going back now. Pray it's not much further. I know, right? Be careful of the traps inside. We're nearly there. Could it be Ranjit? If so, we have precious little time. Is there no end to this place? Pray that trap is the last. So that is a sound command that pops up every time somebody says rip in the chat. Though it has about a minute cooldown to make sure that we don't get too many people doing it. Another door. Wonderful. I can but imagine what awaits us from there. Well, it's sealed. No, it's not. There you are. It is Ranjit.
Away with you!
Begone! This ends now!
Here I come!
No holding back!
Unfortunately, I am fucking leveled down, so... Fight me, bitch.
And that! And this!
Olmet Summit, you know what to do. At once, sister. I have him! Make for the heart of Tupasa. Are they gonna sacrifice themselves for us? Apparently so. Go, Arasada. I will draw their attention. But I'm the fucking tank. Well. Level is no longer synced. Would have kicked his ass if I haven't synced my level.
It seems to be working. I think not.
Kick his ass, Stola.
General, hold on!
This is gonna be fun.
Expertly done.
How was I to know that that would happen? It looked like any other part of the floor.
She is the kitten of sass. Now kick him in.
Might now be an opportune time to strike a bargain?
For Sparta, just right now. In the
We've
face.
poisoned a number of villagers in Slitherbough with a toxin brewed for us by the children. This is the antidote. I dare say you know how potent their concoctions are, and the futility of trying to counteract their effects. Now, try anything here, and we're all likely to fall. Eventually, someone will come to our rescue, or yours. Promise us safe passage, and we'll give you the antidote. Do we have a deal?
That is actually a really cool shield. I like
We
it.
do not negotiate with the enemy. The villagers' lives are forfeit, as is yours.
As is your fucking head. Yeah!
General?
General? Catch it, Stola. Got it.
Do not fail.
Don't you even think about it.
How noble and pointless.
Ranjit, I will end you. I will end you so quickly it's not even funny.
All right? What in the...
Oriage! At once! Down with you!
Very neat team combo there, lads. I know, right?
Where is Y'shtola?
No time. I know, right? This better be worth it. I mean, we get a whole bunch of, like, jump to attack, like, close in, but when do we get a scorpion come here command? No! There. Thankfully, Ranjit's cohorts had the good sense to fall back. Ulme should be here soon with word from Fano. We should hold our position until she arrives. Ooh, Deepwood green dye, Celeste green dye, and lime green dye. Nice. Alme is strangely quiet. Is it Almet or Alme? I think it's Almet. I just like Alme. Alme, please tell me you know that hole might lead in the woods to this woods somewhere. Were there other means of exiting the temple, where there are no question as to where we would know it? But I fear that is of little consequence, if we have tried to mark the depth of the pit and failed. To fall from such a height. Sister, I come bearing news. The Yomoran soldiers and the children have fled Ixmaya. They abandoned Slitherbough as well, though they yet remain in the swamps. Unfortunately, a number of the blessed were poisoned while fending off the soldiers. One we believed to be their orderer was found lost in Ixmaya, feverish and badly wounded. He was taken to Fano for treatment, but I fear there is little we can do for him. He and the other blessed will not last long without an antidote. Though we must act quickly. If you have a spare vial, Menphilia and I can deliver it to the Blessed of Slitherbough. You and Urianger should return to Fano and tend to the wounded villager there. What about Ishtola? I know it seems callous for us to leave, but she leapt into that hole for a reason. We have to save the blessed, whatever it takes. All right. We thought she was dead once. My soldiers and I will remain here. We must be certain no soldiers are still lurking about. I just realized that, come Arasada, that not Ishtola's sacrifice be in vain. To Fano. I just realized that Saime has kind of palish skin, but very rosy cheeks. Kind of goes with her pink hair. Or pinkish hair. But not for a moment do I think that Ishtola is gone. Partially because, you know, I've seen the trailer to Endwalker. It is Runar. Heavens forfend Runar. 'Twas he who forestalled the Umoran's procession, and in doing so afforded thee time to traverse the temple. Quickly, the antidote. Runar still appears visibly pained. Perhaps he requires another dose of medicine. The medicine seems to take effect as the color slowly creeps back to his cheeks. It would appear the worst hath passed, though his wounds yet want for mending. I shall minister him forthwith. Oh, I could have any of these. Deepwood Green. I love collecting dyes. Urianger stands over Runar, ready to begin his ministrations. Rest, Arasada, I prithee. I shall attend to Runar's ministrations. Quest, rest. Forcing you to get rest now. It is a quest objective.
Runar, thank goodness.
We delivered the antidote to Slitherbough, and from what we could gather on the way here, the Ulmorans have had the good manners to withdraw. Thank the gods they did, or we would never have made it here in time. I'm told we have Runar and his comrades to thank for keeping the soldiers occupied prior to their retreat. They were preparing to come for you and Y'shtola, it seems, when Runar rallied the villagers and pursued them out of Slitherbough.
Why do they want Y'shtola?
Ixmire, in the care of the Vis. Thou art safe now, friend. Pray, rest thee a while longer.
No. No, I am all right. Somewhat heavy of limb, perhaps, but otherwise well, I assure you. I am glad to see you are all safe. When we realized where the soldiers were headed, we knew something had to be done. I do not see Master Matoya. She was with you, yes? What happened to her?
Aww. I cannot say for certain, but it was she who secured the antidote.
Spare me your riddles and speak plain. Where is Master Matoya? No. No. No, that cannot be. Why would she do such a thing? Was there no other way? I cannot believe that she... We must begin the search immediately. I will come with you.
We don't have time for that. We need to kill the Light Warden. Then we can search for Stola.
What are you waiting for? We must find her. She could be trapped, or hurt, or... She is alive. She is alive, damn you.
I believe you. She's alive, but we have a job to do.
Forgive me for interrupting, but our scouts have apprehended an intruder.
An intruder,
I thought
huh?
perhaps he might be an associate of yours.
Oh, fuck you, asshole. Don't be so smug.
Oh, look who it is.
Well, this is embarrassing. In my defense, they are surprisingly tenacious.
Who?
So, what trouble have you gotten yourselves into this time?
Why are you here? I thought you made it plain that we were boring. Stop slouching.
Well, well. What an intriguing turn of events. My condolences, by the way. It is never easy to lose the ones we love. Well, she is dead, isn't she? Wishing it were otherwise will not make it so.
That you should be indifferent to her loss is no surprise. But to us, she was a friend. The best of friends.
Chop his head off, Thancred. He'll find another body. Did she do what I think she did?
You have something on your mind. What is it?
Stola, you already lost your sight doing this once. You gonna do it again? I'm beginning to wonder that what really happened when she fell.
Pray recount to us again that which thou witnessed in the ruins, omitting not the slightest detail.
I know, right?
Flow.
Yep.
The teleportation magic she used to spirit us away from Uldar after the bloody banquet. I recall a similar gale in the tunnel before it took effect.
Interesting. I thought I sensed a brief disturbance in the live stream. How reassuring to know it was not my imagination.
Simon, would you please hit him, please? Hit him for me.
I felt it only once, I should mention, which would suggest she is still adrift on its currents.
Oh yeah, how did we do this last time?
Then I fear she may yet be lost to us. For it was only by the grace of the elementals that she was plucked from that great ethereal river.
Ah, very well. I'll go and fetch her.
You'll do what? Who shot who and what now?
Perhaps a clear and unambiguous act of kindness will serve to win the trust you seem so determined to deny me.
Okay, so the first thing is, not only are you an Ascian, not only are you a former emperor, you are an Ascian in the body of a former emperor. That's like double strikes against you, bro. Like... Now then, if I am to fetch her for you, I will require a suitable place to work. We must find somewhere that resonates strongly with the life stream. And by we, I mean you. To that end, I give you this, an ethereal lamp of my own design. Keep it close as you venture into the woods. The brighter the glow, the stronger your location's resonance with the life stream. Once you've found a likely spot, all you need do is whistle. You do know how to whistle, don't you, hero? Just put your lips together and blow. Damn it. Find the location that resonates with the life stream. You will need to search the area marked on the map. Use your ethereal lamp to pinpoint the ideal location to call for Emmett Selk. Fucking... What? Okay, what was that? It was... It's a Philip Marlowe story. I think it was Lauren Bacall who had that line. Ah. The lamp glows faintly. Glows warmly. Faintly. Okay. Up. Ah. The lamp is dim, it might go out at any moment. So that's not the correct direction. Fine, we'll kill this next one. Just trying to avoid getting into more combat. No. You mean not ready yet? Hang on, is it below me? How would I even get down there? Okay, it doesn't look like it is. Oh. Here it is. What is Minfilia is like 16 at this point, right? I mean, she is very much a teenager.
Should serve well enough. Might I have a little space? I need to concentrate.
Need to concentrate. Or 15, yeah. She's like a young teenager at this point.
No.
Wee Bob.
What color was her soul again?
She had white hair, dark skin, bright blue eyes.
Ah, there you are.
She's naked again, isn't she?
He's done it. He's brought her back.
Stola, we have to stop meeting like this. Oh, he got her clothes back. Okay. It took her a while to wake up last time, if I remember correctly.
Are you all right?
I know, right?
Yes, though I cannot imagine how. What happened?
Thou didst invoke the power of flow, which thence did usher thy soul unto the life stream.
Why use one word when 10 will do?
I wanted wanted to save the antidote, and after that...
What?
I did something exceedingly reckless, for which you will just have to forgive me.
Oh, considering this isn't the first time you've done it.
Master Matoya! Oh, thank the heavens you're alright. I had nearly given up hope.
Aww.
Please, Renard, dry your tears. What would the others think if they saw you like this? Come now. Did you really think I would go gently into that dark night with so much left undone? So many mysteries left unsolved.
Is there aught you wish to say to me? A word of thanks, perhaps?
Emmet Selk, the Ascian of whom I spoke. 'Twas he who plucked thee from the life stream.
Because Ascians can just do that, apparently.
I see. Thank you. Differences notwithstanding, you saved my life, and for that I am grateful. But let us turn our attention to more important matters, such as the Katana Ravel. You had better not have explored its depths without me.
Heavens no. I'll tell you after you've got some rest.
Well, Almet and the others should be pleased to see you in such uncharacteristically high spirits. Let us return to Fanoff then, and discuss the coming expedition.
So one of the coolest things about Selk, one of the things I kind of like, is how they've characterized him as he really doesn't give a shit about anything. But, like, if you look at his posture, he is literally slouching like he's got so much weight on him, or has had so much, like, he's just depressed. Just horrifically depressed all the time. Emic Selk makes me think of that... Emic Selk is that kid that you knew in high school who was goth, like, and went for the whole, like, goth aesthetic, thought he was better than everyone else, but in reality he had clinical depression. Which is me. I was that kid. That was me in school. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure I know when to go, like, help my roommate, so. It was a touching reunion, that was. I brought a fair tear to my eye, but as we both know, such tender moments are nothing if not momentary. Before long, they will remember the many differences and return to squabbling. Says the Archbringer of Chaos. Flattery will get you nowhere, dear boy. But seriously, we Ascians do what we do for the greater good, for the rejoining. Though we may sow the seeds of chaos, it is man who tends them. He who reaped their bountiful harvest. But I grow tired of these arguments. If you would kindly refrain from retorting and return to your customary brooding silence, I will take it as thanks for rescuing your companion and leave it at that. Now we mustn't keep your friends waiting. Hey, you can get an XP bonus for doing this. I can't get any more XP. So it's at least, there's one. I'm pretty sure I saw a second one around here somewhere. Okay. My apologies for having put you through such an ordeal. I could see no other way to save the Knights Blessed. Hope, happily, both they and I will live, thanks to you. But our work is not done yet. We must make ready to enter the Katana Revel and put the Light Warden to the sword. The entrance to the Katana Revel lies open, and Almet would see you on your way. With the Umorans gone, and your companion now returned, I think it best you go now before they can regroup. With the magic flowing once more through the Great Pyramid of the Ixnur, the entrance to Katana Revel should be open. Before we leave Urianger, did you discover anything that may suggest the Light Warden hides elsewhere? Nay, though we had little time to put the Umorans' most unwelcome arrival. We scoured the nearby environs and spoke once more with the old one named Koro. Having hearkened to her tale, it is my judgment that the Sin Eater, which her late mother did espy, was indeed the being we seek, and that it most likely resided in the vicinity of Raktika Falls. In the absence of any subsequent sighting, I have no reason to believe our quarry hath sought a new sanctuary, and given the considerable difficulty we face in reaching the falls, and we may be certain it hath not been disturbed by man. Then our course is clear. Fun dungeon with neat gear and good lore? Nice. We must navigate the Katana Revel. Though you see him as but any other obstacle to be navigated, the Katana Revel is the oldest and most sacred of our temples. The accumulated knowledge of the Empire is said to reside within. Explore which is rightly yours as allies of Ranka. You are welcome to explore. I fully intend to survey every elm of it once our mission is complete. Were the Emperor still alive, he would be overjoyed to hear you say so. But I must warn you, though the way is open, it will be heavily guarded. To discourage trespassers and test the worth of our allies, it had to be so. Be careful in there. Head east, and you will find a path of azure flowers leading to the Revel. I wish you safe passage through its halls. God, they're so... Vera are so cute! Or V's. Master Montoya, I know I cannot dissuade you from going, so please, promise me you will return safely. The Knights Blessed need you. You need not worry, Runar. I shall return, and bring with me the long-awaited gift, one the Knights Blessed will treasure now and forevermore. Now let us away. Let's do it! Now, if only they could give Viera/V headgear that's not like a headband. Like, a hat. Like, okay, let me poke holes in my hat to put my ears through. So it's in this direction. There's the other one. Stand on ceremony. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm having to coordinate stuff. Yeah, we're going the right way. Oxdalen Gap. So the goal is... The way it kind of has been going on the stream... Oh, there's an Aether Current. The way it's kind of been going on streams is we just kind of stream story, and then when I'm off stream, I go out and look... Once I've opened up a new area, I go out and look for Aether Currents and do all those side quests. So... Because I'm pretty sure that you can do all of the main story quests without needing to fly. Though, everyone knows I could be proven wrong. This is probably not the right direction, but I'm going to pick up the exploration. Oh, this is a nice, cool looking area. Whoa. There is no ground. There is no forest floor down there. This had better work. I have no wish to return to the Great Pyramid. At long last, the time hath come to find out what wonders remain in the heart of Ronka. After you, my friend. I can't imagine what could have survived in there after so many years. Now, let me give this door back rubs. You can feel the aether flowing through the door. A gentle push may be all that's required. Our earlier efforts were not in vain, it seems. Stay on your guard, Arasada. We know not what awaits us inside. Alright, Katana Revel is now accessible. Okay, before we go in, I'm going to take another break, because we're at the 3-hour mark. It's just 5 minutes to get up, move around, get the blood flowing back into my legs and all that kind of stuff. I'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes. While we're gone, I will put on some more background music. This song actually makes me very much think of Final Fantasy XIV. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes, y'all. Don't go anywhere. And we're back. So last night, you were mentioning, Vonnegut, you were mentioning Copperbell Mines. Last night, a friend of mine, recently she resubbed and was going through and leveling a new healer character, and so she like pinged me last night and was like, hey, could you come help me real quick? Because I kind of want to, like, I need help going through the first 3 dungeons, Sestasha, Tamtara Deep Crofts, I call it Tamtara Deep Crofts, and Copperbell Mines. And it was just very fun because, like, she's playing a healer, and I asked her, do you want me to tank spec or DPS, or how would you like that? She asked me if I could tank for her. So I threw on my Gunbreaker, and because I had just hit 80 with Dark Knight, wanted to break from Dark Knight for a bit, and wanted to level something else. So I threw on Gunbreaker, and we're talking like queuing up for the individual dungeons. So it's like, she hits the ready button for, because she's the party leader, she hits the ready button for each dungeon individually. Like, she's like, you ready to go? I'm like, yeah. She hits it, and it's like insta-queue, because we already have a healer and a tank. So it's just, boom, insta-queue, and we're in. And then, like, having spent so much time leveling through, like, level 80 dungeon, level 70 and 80 dungeons, and the raids and everything we've done so far, it was very much like, it was very strange, because I'm like, bosses should have more mechanics and should be taking a long time to kill, and I'm just steamrolling. We're just like steamrolling through these bosses, and it's kind of like, wow, I forgot how. Yeah, granted, you know, I'm level synced down and everything, and like, but we're fighting at level 25 dungeons, and I'm just like, I'm used to level 80. Form party and enter the Katana Rival. So we don't need Thancred, but we do need a healer, Minfilia, and Stola. Commence. Let's do this, y'all. But it very much, yeah, felt like baby mode. It felt like, oh my god, like, this is... I literally fell asleep, or almost fell asleep, doing Copperbell Mines. Because it was just like, ugh. And also kind of regret, like, not having some of my more advanced Gunbreaker moves, because I forget just how much it's literally just spam your AoE. Okay, you're done. Spam your, you know, spam your 1-2 combo. Okay, you're done. Alright, speaking of being a tank. That's true. I can tell you this, I did not miss Tamtara Deep Croft. I forgot how much that dungeon just gets really repetitive if you've run it so much.
Thy time hath not yet come.
Oh shit, ouch.
You underestimate me.
I shall protect you.
Guys, no stand in the AoE. Louis-Yanger, what did I say about standing in AoE? There we go. Now that I have absolutely no MP left. This is the problem with Dark Knight. You're constantly MP starved. Ooh, getting a bit of a lag spike there. I like the background music. It's kind of groovy. Feels very Mayan meet Indian aesthetic. Ooh, I don't want to get caught in that. To kind of keep moving him around to make sure I've got enough MP, or I've got enough enough of them together to warrant certain AoE maneuvers. Like that. They were on in the first place. Well, I've recently come into the decision that, like, if I'm in a dungeon or a raid instance, I need to just only use mana for the Blackest Night, and only use my Edge of Shadow and what is it, Flood of Shadow only when I have the proc. Come here. Now I think I just took that on the chin. Granted, it's not so bad when you have an automatic heal, when you have an automated healer. After playing like Paladin and a little bit of Gunbreaker, I reached a point where I'm like, I kind of really enjoy Dark Knight's abilities more, or Dark Knight's mitigation abilities more than the mitigation for the other classes or the other jobs. Granted, it may be Stockholm Syndrome, because I've spent so much time with it. Here we go, we're gonna do it again. Okay. I was in the wrong. I'm in the right spot. I have a lot of fun with their advanced combos, like when they have shells. But at their early levels, when they don't have their advanced, like deeper, like 6-move combos, it gets really stale. Which is one of the reasons why I was originally not gonna do. I was not going to do any of the tanks, and just be like DPS pretty much. because like I tried Gunbreaker and just was like, this is tanking at low levels. And I freely admit, like, the only reason I had the ability to try it out at such a low level was because I bought an advance. I wanted to get to the high levels quickly. Looks interesting. It's just, there's something about that looks kind of off. Okay, so this theme, the boss theme, Insatiable, I think is what it's called, on the soundtrack. Oh, fuck me. That hurt. Kind of got invulnerability stack.
Away with you!
Finally. But no, this theme, Insatiable, possibly one of my favorite themes that this game has created. Like, I'm not gonna lie, this is like a workout theme that I would use. I need to remember to use Dark Missionary. Speaking of, let's go ahead and use that now. Ah, I was just on the line there. We'll make it. Get him, Minfilia. I forget that they're fucking LB hogs.
You underestimate me.
There we go. Alright, so we're back underground. The Knight of Oxlowak, or Lokwa. Okay, Lokwa makes me actually think of Call of Cthulhu. Oh, shit. Get it? Acrobat. Man, come on, y'all. Do some damage. One of the complaints I have about these trusts is they really don't seem to DPS well. At least not when I'm looking. Okay, so we're gonna take a quick pause here real quick. My roommate just got home, so I'm going to go help him unload some groceries, and I'll be back in just a second. I'm gonna turn our background music back on and go to another intermission. I know, like, we just did one 30 minutes ago, but I want to go help him with this, because he just got home from, like, being away for a week. So I'm gonna go give him a hand. I'll be back in just a little bit, y'all. Okay, and we're back. Sorry about that, y'all. Didn't think it would be that long. Actually, I knew it was going to be that long. But it was long enough for them to despawn us from the dungeon. So, as much as I hate leaving an what am I trying to say? Unattended stream that long. Okay, so we're back. Eventually I need to use all those. Okay. So we're going to start this over again. I love this whole trust system. Like, it makes it to where when you're running through the story or you're farming, you don't have to wait on queues so much. Kind of like how it has like a parliament of owls. Have a Kerosene Aether emanating from the statues. Right. Open your eyes, purge the ravel of this taint. I wonder if... So... I'm having a thought here. Based off of... way everything looks. I'm wondering if Ronka is the word for owl. The owl motif keeps coming up. So is watchfulness. Like, granted, it's an old ancient civilization, so watching over what they have is kind of a given, but it is a motif. Minfilia is being cute and helping out. Sorry, I'm being patronizing. Thancred treats her like so much of just like a little girl, lost girl, and I'm just like, come on, dude. You've got to realize that eventually she's gonna have to take on a huge burden. She's the Minfilia. Though, I'm gonna freely admit, I was kind of upset when they're like, oh yeah, the first Minfilia died, and she keeps coming back now, though, and it's just like, oh. My Minfilia dead?
I'll show you. This is going to be the mark.
Together we shall overcome this.
But I don't want my Minfilia to be dead.
Now I've got you.
I want to be able to see her again. And have her talk at me endlessly. Pray, return to Amarang. I know. Just wait and listen to what the story has to say. Am I the only person doing mechanics here? I mean, come on.
This is going to leave a mark.
Okay. I was like, wait, if I'm not getting experience, why am I using... All right. Ouch. Woo. Do it. End him. Ow. Hey, it was enough for Edge of Shadow. I really enjoy pulling off the Blackest Night, followed by when it procs Edge of Shadow, because to me that feels like I'm pulling off the perfect parry from Super Smash Bros. Brawl when they originally introduced Marth, and he did that. Thankfully, nowhere near as fabled might of Lozatl. But like in in Super Smash Bros. Brawl, you had Marth, who had the ability to do a correct parry, or do a parry riposte maneuver where he could just smash somebody back if they smashed him. And pulling that off was like the dopamine high of the century. And so pulling off a Blackest Night into a Flood of Shadow or Edge of Shadow feels the same way. Like, aha, perfect riposte. Or riposte. Especially if it's against, like, raid-wide damage. Come on, guys, let's DPS more. Okay, here we go. Now we're actually getting into new content. Anaconda, Horned Iguana. There we go. An unsettling cry rings out in the temporal. There it is again. Stay on your guard. We near the tremor's source. Tears of the Gods. Does it me or do those look like eyes to you? Or to anyone else? Revel Keeper's Ring of Healing. I timed that wrong. Philly, I need you to stop standing in AoE, please. I can only keep so much of it away from you. Knight of Oxlawaka. Ixlawaka. Lakwa. I want to get Lawaka from. I had a Flood of Darkness which critted for 6,666 damage yesterday, and that kind of made my night. And here we go with Stola nuking everything in sight. That's a big if. I don't know if I've ever actually been, quote, geared right. But I could see, like, the wall-to-wall pulls in here. All right. Oh, that... Something is chained down here. Something dark. It's a giant bat! Stop. Bat Squatch. So you've got a city on fire. And a shadow being who I assume is responsible for the fire. The shadow and the light fight against each other, and the light is triumphant over the shadow beast. This looks a lot like those murals we saw earlier of a hero overcoming a shadow beast. It's an angelic being, whatever it is. Let's try to make its back towards my friends.
I shall protect you.
That was well timed. Those are gonna fall. She's gonna do it again. Ow. Comes again. Ow. All my mitigations on cooldown. She stole a now you nuke them. Ow! I ran right into that one. My ears won't stop ringing. With it, we could stop and rest, but we must press on. Revel Keeper's Vest of Maiming. Arrive at the Song of Ox Gatoral. Oh, wow. Raktika Falls, and below awaiteth the Light Warden. I wonder what this Light Warden looks like. They're the Sin Eaters. Echo of Kitana. The Leap of Oxcharl. Revel Keeper's Sash of Vending. What's going to happen to all of our belts when Endwalker comes out? Because they're getting rid of belts. I thought I heard something about, like, they're going to give us more storage space, but I mean, that's fair. If I could trade them in for, like, I just don't want, like, company seals. Which is good. We need more armor. I need more armory chest slots. But one of the things that's gotten me kind of heated is not the correct term, but it's just like, okay, so I get that you're getting rid of this because they really don't have a place, and I'm okay with that. Just don't give me, like, yes, more room in the glamour dresser. That's exactly what we need. Because it's all about the glamour. Yeah, that makes sense. Hang on, let me get something to drink. I'm starting to get parched. Honestly, I could also go for more glamour plates. Like, honestly. Okay, how many jobs are there in the game? We're gonna take a break here, and I'm gonna look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Okay. There are 29. So 29, there's going to be 31 total jobs. We need 40 glamour plates total. Everybody needs 40 glamour plates. What that does is it gives you one glamour for each job, and then you have about 10 glamours to play with, just different, like, with just different looks, because I forget which one it has. I have two current glamour plates that I'm using just for fashion. I've got one that looks just cool, and one that is like my beach wear, which is just Arasada and a Speedo. So I need one for each job, and then some that I can use for just, like, quote unquote glamour shots. Like, honest to God, like, I'm feeling like I'm in a mood to wear blah today, kind of thing. And I know that maybe asking for a lot, I don't know how much memory they have to work with each individual character. So that might be asking for a lot to have a whole 40 glamour plates just for one character. But I need a glamour. Because we're sitting at 20 right now, right? Like, there's 20 plates currently. And that means that theoretically there is enough for each battle job, but not ones for the crafting jobs. Unless they're assuming that not everyone is going to... Unless they're assuming that not everyone is going to want to 80 everything, in which case, you know, I get that. I am dreading having to 80 a healer. Well, in the case of when Endwalker comes out, 90ing a healer. Or hell, it doesn't even need to be 40. You could say, make it 35. 1 for each job, and then 3 to play around with. But, like, give me more options for glamour, is what I'm saying. Or hell, make glamour plates you have to buy. Like, not with real money. Buy, like, with guild seals and stuff like that. Oh, shit. Alright, Cerberus. Let's do this. You boys ready? Let's go. The Light Warden of Raktika. 'Tis more terrible than the V's described. Hey, Rosie. I'm not kidding y'all. Did you just wake up? Okay, yeah. We're in a good position. We're in a good position. You think that's gonna stop me? Ha! I faced a bigger 3-headed dog than you, and he ate me. What do you think I'm gonna do to you? Come back here. Hound of Heaven as opposed to Hellhound. Ooh.
I will not hold back.
No one asked you to. Leave Minfilia alone. Ow! Why didn't you guys come stand with me?
I shall protect you.
There we go, that perfectly timed Blackest Night.
Away with you!
Gonna do this again, huh?
I will not hold back. You will rue the day you crossed my path.
Nuke him! Give me that 2-bar, yeah! That's stolen, knowing how to do it. I'm not as celebratory as I used to be. Yeah, well... Remind me on Tuesday I need to go get another Chloe journal. No, I can't talk to them. So the Warden of the Wood falls. Apparently. I know I'm getting tired. You missed it earlier, Rosie, me going absolutely crazy. Like, wanting to kill the shit out of Rajit. I'm nervous about this now after what I heard from Stola when I overheard Stola and Orianger talking. The Sunless Sea.
The Light Warden is dead. The Blessed's prayers have been answered.
Aye, that they have.
His condition yet troubleth thee?
It does. Though he shows no immediate signs of corruption, the danger remains. He must be told.
I'm standing right here. I can hear every word you say.
Would you describe it to me, Orianger? Paint for me a picture with your words.
Well, you asked the right person.
A sea of shimmering stars. Diamonds strewn across a raven gown. Boundless and beautiful. 'Tis an exquisite sight, not unlike that of the source. Calm and gentle and forgiving.
I can see it.
For however deep the void, or wide the expanse, there is no shore so distant as to be beyond the reach of light. Ominous though that may sound, given our present travails.
Did she just grab his butt?
Well fought. Let us return home.
It totally looked like she just grabbed his butt. She could be grabbing my tail.
The murals. If I am not mistaken, they predate the Empire.
Tale of a warrior, a creature of darkness showing up.
A peculiarity of the paint.
Oh, I didn't notice that. They're
Most are made
worshipping
from
it.
Mineral-based pigments. But whatever was used here is older than anything I have ever seen.
Are they worshipping it or are they fighting it?
According to Almet, this sanctuary was built to preserve the wisdom of the ancients. What events do these murals commemorate, I wonder?
Oh, hi, Emmett.
Must you always linger after defeating your enemies? Navigating these halls on foot is exhausting.
Come to lead us to safety, have you?
I was bored. But how is the hero of the hour?
Fighting fit, I see. Keep up the good work.
He knows what they're talking about.
You're plotting something.
Every hour of every day. Never you mind about that. As I have told you 1,000 times before, I like to watch. Nothing more.
Thanks, Rosie.
Well, I would quit this place and I suggest you do the same. There is yet work to be done.
Thank you, Rosie.
There is a sight to bring a tear to the eye.
Wait, okay.
You recognize these scenes?
There's beings of... It's a civil war.
That I do. Indeed, there was a time when anyone and everyone would.
Because you got minions of dark and minions of light.
Day when the world was divided across 10 and 3 reflections, sundering the land and all who dwelled upon it. And the worst part? No one could remember it. Not really. Just fragments and fleeting memories of an achingly familiar world.
So wait, this was...
A vision shared of a paradise lost. Preserved only in song and scripture and paint.
This was the first calamity when all the world split apart.
Once upon a time. Yet here we find ourselves again. To look, learn, and remember.
Then share with us the stories you know so well. We are listening.
Before the Great Sundering, there was one world. A world that knew naught but peace and prosperity. Until it was faced with a crisis. Unprecedented, terrifying. Civilization found itself perched upon a precipice, staring into oblivion. But through prayer and sacrifice, the will of the star was made manifest. Zodiac was his name, and by his grace was the calamity averted.
So yeah, they're worshipping Zodiac.
Zodiac.
The one god.
A savior mighty and magnificent, deserving of reverence and gratitude. One would have thought, yet some thought otherwise. From the fears of these naysayers would rise Hydaelyn, she who was to serve as his shackles, to bind him and hold him in check. And so they fought, and they fought, and they fought, and in the end, Hydaelyn was victorious.
Because
With
they're
all her
primals.
strength, she smote him, dealing a blow so devastating that it split the very fabric of reality. And thus was Zodiark banished and his being divided. That concludes today's lesson on long-forgotten history. Though I imagine your mother would offer a rather contradictory account, as is her wont.
And you're saying your own's not biased?
I'm sorry, I can only assume I misheard. But it sounded an awful lot like you were implying both Zodiark and Hydaelyn are not gods. But...
Primals.
What? Not gods of the first? Is that what you thought these paintings depicted? Or... Oh. Oh. They are gods after a fashion, yes. But no different from the kind with which you are so intimately acquainted. Formed of faith and prayer, of conviction and devotion. The eldest and most powerful of primals.
You have spun quite a tale. Yet you have not explained the role of the Ascians in all of this. How is it you are privy to ancient secrets lost to time?
Finally you asked the right question.
Well, we had to wait until Stola got here.
Questions warrant honest answers.
Is it not obvious that they were the first?
We Ascians know because it is our history.
They're the ones who made Zodiark and Hydaelyn. It was their civilization.
It was we who summoned Zodiark. We natives of that sundered paradise. Now, do you see why we yearn for the great rejoining? For our world, for our people, for all creation to be made whole again. Wouldn't you wish for the same?
Not at the expense of hundreds of thousands of dead. Well, that was an enlightening experience, though not in the way I had hoped. Do you suppose there's any truth in Emmett Selk's claims? Oh, that's an upgrade. Oh, I like this music. Thancred did tell me about the primals, but I don't fully understand what all this means. The eldest and most powerful of primals. Gods. If that were Hydaelyn's origin, then that would make... No, I'll not take the words of an Ascian on trust. It has to be a lie. That would mean those of us with the Echo, the reason we can't be tempered is because we've already been tempered. We have no choice but to follow Heidelin. 'Tis oft said truth is a matter of perspective. Yet upon this matter, there can be but one truth. I only pray this is not his. It's not his. Stola wears a haunted expression, Emmett Sulk's words having clearly found their mark. Though recent events plainly warrant further discussion, I think it best that we wait until Alphino and the others are present. Emmett Sulk included, how convenient that he should choose this moment to keep to the shadows. Well, no matter. For the present, we should withdraw to Fanau and make certain that the Yulmorans withdraw. After that, Slitherbow. The blessed are no doubt elated by what has become of the sky. Can we rub it in the face of those other fucking idiots who tried to poison everyone? That we were the ones who fucking brought back the Sunless Sea. So this is the night music, and Lahi is the day music. I'm going the wrong fucking direction. You're returned and unharmed, I see. Indeed, I am pleased to report that the Light Warden is no more, thanks in large part to you. That the death of a single Sin Eater could make such a difference. As our numbers waned, so did our hope that the ruins we have devoted our lives to guarding would ever find purpose. Yet here you are, the allies for whom we have waited these many centuries, and with your arrival came the chance to pass on our legacy, the ancient wisdom of the Empire. Hey, Four! That alone would have been reward enough. On behalf of the V's, our forebears, and the late Emperor of Ronka, you have our deepest thanks. Shift space to adjust the speed. It is we who should be thanking you. Our journey through the Katana Revel proved most enlightening. To be privy to such knowledge is an honor, one for which we never hoped. Please, you need not be so humble. We but do our duty as decreed by the late Emperor. Would that he were still with us to express his gratitude in person. But sister, does this not mean our duty is fulfilled? To our allies, perhaps, but the ruins cannot be left unguarded. So long as we live in these woods, the secrets of Ronka must not fall into the wrong hands. Got it! Is Runar still here? No, we escorted him back to Slitherbow shortly after you set out. If you would return to the Knights Blessed, we will not keep you any longer. I suspect that would be glad of your company. Yay! Menphilia happy. Thank you, Almet. Look forward to the day when we might share a more leisurely visit in the ruins of Ronka. Oh, he has been crushing hardcore. We will await your return, then. Oh. What, is your several shards smashed properly into one body and then tempered? Which would imply that I am all the... Why did I do that? I did not mean to do that. Which would imply I am all the original Warriors of Light shoved into one body in one form. Like all 5 of them smoosh together into one shape. Rather than just one of them. Yes. We killed the warden good. I could teleport, but I want to... Go away, combat music. I want to listen to the nice, pretty music. Vonnegut is going to be like, shh. Am I even going the right way? Yes. Theoretically. Maybe? I don't know. Hey, Shadow. Where? I am so turned around. I don't know. I got lost in the pretty night music. Leave me alone. Oh, did you? Okay, I'll check it when we're done streaming. Go away, Forest Echo. The Sword of Dix. Okay, this is the direction we need to go in. Watch, we're gonna walk in and literally all of them are gonna be staring at the sky. Let's go repair, actually. God, I'm so broke again. After I spent so much money. We did it.
Ah, you are returned, and none the worse for wear, I see.
You needn't worry about us. What became of the Umoran soldiers, more importantly?
They turned tail and fled at the sight of the night sky. The children of the everlasting dark have also retreated back to Woven Oath. Try as they might, they could not deny the truth of their own eyes. sunless sea of heaven, full of love and grace, where none need know pain or suffering. In that moment, when the sky's light began to wane, I knew our prayers had been answered. That we were doomed to face oblivion at life's end no longer. When first we met, I harbored certain suspicions about you. Now I see that I was right.
Oh.
You are the bringers of shadow, the warriors of darkness, the saviors for whom we have prayed for so long.
I suppose you're not entirely wrong. But we are not worthy of your reverence, nor have we any desire to be worshipped. If you would pray, pray for your children, that they may one day know a better world.
I will do as you say, but please, let us at least hold a feast to celebrate your victory. You deserve that much.
I'm sorry, Runar, but there is still much to be done and scant time in which to do it. We must go. All of us. For we share the same path and the same fate.
No. He don't want you to go, though.
So be it. I ask only that you hold us in your hearts, as we would hold you in ours. Now, and ever after. By the boundless dark, this I swear.
He's actually smiling. No, what was I gonna say? All that XP. I didn't buy that outfit. That outfit came, that outfit pieces I've gotten so far, like just doing raids and such. What I bought was the gear that I'm currently wearing that's glamored to look like that. Which is, I said, okay, let me go to, because a lot of the gear the glamours I'm currently using are level like 76, 77, and 80, and you can't put those onto gear, from what I can tell, you couldn't put those onto gear that was below that level. So I just went up to the, board, the market board, and just bought like some high level gear, partially to make things easier, but also so I could put these glamours on. So I still have the regular, like, the level 400, or the item level 400, like, what am I trying to say, jewelry, but I've got nothing but, like, but this is kind of a hodgepodge of what I could afford. Considering the Blessed have only just recovered from the encounter with the Yulmorans, Thancred and the others thought we ought to stay a while longer to be sure they're all right. They're such kind and caring people. I pray they never again have to face such hardship. Accessories, that's the term. Oh, there's Thancred. 4, I didn't know, I saw earlier, were you streaming tonight? I thought I saw your go live notification a few, like a few minutes after I went live. What Master Matoya did was completely and utterly reckless. But if not for her, a great many of the Knights Blessed would not be here. What you did was reckless and stupid. But you did good. You cannot help but feel something is bothering Stola. Though it pains me to leave, it is time I returned with you and the others to the Crystarium. But before we go, I might speak with you in private. We'll await you in my chambers. What were you streaming? Actually, let me do a thing. Because I could do this thing.
My man!
Everybody should go follow 4. 4 is good people. Thank you for coming. I thought to keep my suspicions to myself, but after witnessing your victory at Raktika Falls, I fear they prove true, so I must share them with you. I get that. From the first, when we met at Fort Gone, your aether has appeared tainted, suffused with an overabundance of light not unlike the Sin Eaters. When you defeated the Light Warden, I fear the light which poured forth from it was not negated by Heidelin's blessing. Rather, it was absorbed into your being. Urianger also suspects as much, though he is unwilling to share his thoughts on the matter. One thing is certain. With every warden you defeat, the danger to you grows greater. Greater perhaps than we can imagine. If you begin to feel anything strange, anything at all, pray, inform me at once. You should hurry, before the others begin to worry. Once I have sorted my things here, I will join you. So there's a chance I could become a Sin Eater. That I could become another Light Warden. Oof, yeah. Yeah, that's one of those moments where it's like, oh man, I wish that autosave still existed. Yeah, I'm getting the feeling I'm getting suffused with light. I'm gonna have to, quote-unquote, purge with some dark. Not even running through here as a Dark Knight is helping me. Yeah, I know the feeling for. I've run into that issue more than once going back to play that game. But I got to the point where, because I was playing it with mods, I just got into the point where I was just repeatedly saving over and over and over again, like every few minutes. We took one last patrol of the perimeter. All things considered, Slitherbow remains relatively unscathed. Thanks to the antidote, all those who were poisoned will make a full recovery. And with the night sky returned, their prayers have at last been answered. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Shall we be off, then? Thou art certain this is best. Yeah, same here, 4. I'll not deny there is a part of me that wishes I could stay. For 2 years I have lived with the Blessed, learned their culture, even going so far as to adopt Master Montoya's name as my own. But I pray I did honor to it. Aw, don't cry. Not is all the time for doubt and hesitation. Come, we must return to the Crystarium. Right? There's some retro games that I'm looking at doing on the channel. I don't know when we're gonna do it. Probably pick a day a week during the week. Where like one of my stream days where I'm just not going to do Final Fantasy and do like a retro game there's a series I specifically want to do. That's the Legacy of Kain series all the way through. And like the first game was a PS1 game and it is glitchy as hell. And doesn't have an autosave. So going back and like, okay, we're going to play this, but I need to like be constantly saving every time I get a chance. So when we come back after stream, we're going to go through here and pick up all of the Aether, all the Aether currents, of which we've got the 4 there that are in quests, and then we got to find the rest. It is glitchy as hell in the bad way. Or I could just use the button. Don't you pathivit me. All right. We are back. Okay, y'all. We were at the 5-hour mark. I am not done yet. I want to keep going tonight. Because I am, if you'll pardon the expression, balls deep into the story right now and want to keep going. But I need to get up and stretch. I will be back in about 5 or so minutes. Let me turn our background music back on. All right, I will be back in a little bit, so y'all don't go anywhere.
Da 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 down, da 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 down. I'm about to drop the hammer and dispense some indiscriminate justice.
And we're back. Crash! Thank you for that, host. Sorry I was not here. I was refilling my drink and taking a stretch. Thank you for that. Let me see here real quick. Can I... It's not giving me the option to replay the event. I'd have to go back to my Streamlabs, unfortunately, to do that. Sorry about that, Crash. Thank you very much for coming in. Thank you very much for that raid. For those of you who don't know, Crash is one of my favorite streamers on Twitch. Unfortunately, I do not get to catch Crash's stream as often as I could. Crash is a marvelous streamer. Does a lot of like group stream stuff, multiplayer, but like bringing his friends in to like be in his Discord and chat away at him, which is always fun. Well, let's fade out our background music and get back into so all right, well, let's get in on it. But for everybody coming in from Crash Game Reviews, welcome. I am Ebonblade of Revan, and I play story games, or I was Ebonblade of Revan. Now we're Storyteller Ebon, basically the same person. But I do a lot of story-based games and tell a lot of story-based stuff here on this channel, because that's my passion. Which is why we're doing the main story quest in Final Fantasy XIV right now. 'Twas passing strange to see the Crystarium so seemingly desolate, yet it appears all is well. I know he said it would be watching from the shadows, but doesn't it seem wrong to leave without at least telling Emmett Selk? Hopefully the others will arrive before long. We're gonna have to go rescue them from Yulmore. All things considered, it is hardly surprising that Alphino and Alize have yet to arrive. But where is the Exarch? My friends, 'tis good to see you all again. Back, Crash, to let you know that was that's actually Mass Effect 3 music from Mass Effect 3. Alphino, it has been far too long. That is specifically Dr. Bryson's lab, which is from the Leviathan DLC. I assume your presence here means you've brought you brought word of the Warden hiding in Rak'tika? Yes, MMOs have story, Shadow. Found and slain, you say? I should have known. Yulmore has but recently dispatched soldiers to all corners of Norvrent to defend them, but I'm glad to see their efforts were wasted in the Great Wood. Speaking of Yulmore, what came of your meeting with Valthree? Yes, about that. It proved to be... Exarch, you mustn't push yourself. Your time away from the tower has clearly taken its toll. No doubt you are all tired as well, having traveled so far. Why don't we take a much-needed rest before we discuss our findings? I thought to propose the very same. After your clash with the Warden, you deserve a chance to recuperate. It's settled then. We'll reconvene after everyone has time to settle in. Let me see here. Can I? No. I can't do that. I was trying to replay the alert. Speak with the manager of the suites and the pendants. See, now they're concerned, but it never happens. Well, it happens. I've slept a few times since I've showed up. I don't know. Time has kind of been off. Like, they've never given you a really good example of how long your character has been doing this. Like, how long has the War of Light, or the Warrior of Light, been fighting? Ain't nobody got me. Welcome back, sir. Returned from a lengthy excursion, I take it? Well, your room has been ready-made if you care to retire. I know the manager of the Suites and the Pendants got me. Retire to your quarters, yes. Very good. I pray you sound sleep and pleasant dreams. If ain't nobody got me, I know the manager of the Suites at the Pendants got me. So I'm looking at for the corruption on my body.
So there's a light sealed inside you, is there? You wouldn't know it from the outside. You look the same as you ever did to me.
Clean your goddamn axe! Must stay the course for the others.
True enough. Packing up and going home isn't really an option, is it? If you don't face the music here, it'll only come and find you there.
One way or another.
Think he was telling the truth? Emmett, I mean. All that rot about Hydaelyn being no different from any other primal. If so, what would that make her blessing? Are we just slaves to her will?
We?
Let's pay him no mind. Lies the Ascians stock in trade.
God, I really want to see Ardbert arguing with Frey. I want to, like, have the light and the dark, like, just arguing with each other.
Villains, heroes, all a matter of perspective, they'd have you believe.
Spoilers for the
One
Dark Knight
man's
story,
fond
by the way.
memory, another's waking nightmare. Me, I'm no saint or savior. Just another sinner. And I know damn well I'm in no position to judge. When I saw the people of Slitherbow look up at the sky and celebrate the return of the dark, it felt good. It was moments like that that I cherished. Much more than the thrill of adventure. The quiet after the storm. I always took comfort in that.
Meanwhile, in Garlemald.
What did the scouts have to report?
Elven Batman. They're gonna have an edge off.
Several skirmishes, but nothing of consequence.
That sounds
The fighting
disgusting.
seems to have taken its toll on both sides.
A stalemate, then. The Alliance has done well to hold the line for so long. But then they did have Ishgardian reinforcements.
Nevertheless, neither side has any appetite for a prolonged engagement. 'Tis but the calm before the storm. And should the Empire choose to bring their full might to bear,
To say nothing of Black Rose.
Well, it's going to be your job to keep the Black Rose from happening until I get back.
All the more reason to hasten our search. How close are your people to identifying our next target?
Close enough, though I have received some troubling intelligence.
It is very pretty.
One of our generals posted to the Alamegan front recently disappeared without trace from the battlefield at Gimlet Dark.
Odd. Dead seems unlikely. Fled less so. I wonder where he'll turn up.
Were I a betting man, I would say here, in the capital.
Why would he run to the capital?
Not that any deserter who valued his life would contemplate returning, but a corpse might, given the right encouragement.
In the manner of his royal remains, you mean?
They're gonna state funeral for
Elidibus plainly has no need of a new host. So the question becomes who? It may be that another player has joined the game.
another fucking Ascian.
Something to consider at any rate. But come, there's work to be done.
Right?
These bloodless games make for poor sport. Mayhap if father... Nay. I am a stranger to him in this body. Besides, there is but one hand that can make me whole again. My enemy. My friend.
I am neither. Well, no, I'm your enemy.
I know not what entertainment occupies you, but if you will not clear the way for me, then I shall seize the reins of fate once more.
I mean, it's like, seriously. Is that battle? Are we under siege? It's time to kick some Yulmorian butt. Journey to the past. When it rains. Judging by his countenance, the manager of suites has ill tidings for you. I suspected you might be awake. Could scarce imagine you sleeping through such a commotion. An entire host of Sin-Eaters appears to be advancing upon the Crystarium. Emergency measures being taken as we speak. Rest assured, however, that we are safe so long as we remain under the Crystal Tower's aegis. You may return to your quarters if you wish. All I wanted was sandwiches and a nap. Yes, I thought you might feel that way. I cannot say that your assistance would be anything less than welcome. I must remain here to disseminate information to the other residents, but you are under no such obligation, unless free to aid any of the townsfolk who may be in distress. The extra tends to become a point of congregation in times of need, crowded with those seeking solace and companionship. You would have my personal gratitude if you could offer succor to those there. The what? It looks like it said the extra? Yeah, EXEDRA. There it is. But, that makes me think all I wanted was sandwiches and a nap. John Pineda, may he rest in peace, had this marvelous, what was it? Had this marvelous stand-up routine he did where he talked about how the thing that motivates him through working out is raviolis and a nap. It's because I'm talking too quickly and I'm kind of hungry, and so it's just snowballing. Meow. No, he does this whole thing where it's like he chants as he's working out, raviolis and a nap, raviolis and a nap. So when you said all I wanted was sandwiches and a nap, that's what I thought of. Few townsfolk are about, and you spy no one who appears to be in distress. Arasada! It's Alize. I've only just returned from Amarang. Yet I find the Crystarium moments from being beset by sin eaters? Where are they coming from? This shouldn't be possible. We restored the darkness. There's Alphino. Well, this is a fortunate coincidence. Brother, tell me you have some idea why this is happening? I may, but for the moment we need to postpone such discussions in favor of action. The Crystal Exarch is preparing to deploy a barrier around the Crystarium as we speak. Ensuring that he's able to do so will be our first concern. There are a number of instruments placed around the Crystarium that function as anchors for the barrier. I'm on my way to activate them now. In which case, 3 pairs of hands would be better than 1. Very well, I'll take the ones to the south. I shall deal with the northern apparatus then. Will you handle the western 2? They're ensconced on platforms extending from the upper level of the Aetheryte Plaza. I like that this quest is called When It Rains, but it's not raining. It would be great if this was a great big climactic battle and it was raining outside. Every dramatic battle is better when it's raining. I'm just saying. Alright, so we're under siege by Sin Eaters, but I literally don't see any. I'm not going the right way, am I? There's a lookout there. Despite having very little idea as to how it functions, it appears you have activated the device successfully. Excusez-moi. There's decidedly not a lot happening with this very tense background music. Am I missing something? Should I be fighting something here? Is the game just not loading what it needs to load? This looks strangely familiar.
Senator sighted! They're coming!
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The burn wall. So I've been wondering what the Sin Eaters make me think of, and it occurs to me that they look like enemies from Bayonetta. Yeah, they're very Allegan technology.
Excellent. The barrier is holding.
For now, at least.
That's good news for the Crystarian, but what of the rest of Lakeland?
Lena and the city guard have taken to the field. Thancred and the others have already joined them. Let us do the same.
The problem is it our Allegan, or is it their version of Allegan tech? Like the first version of Allegan tech, or is it the first version of Allegan tech, or is it the Source's version of Allegan tech? Alright. We got ourselves an instance. We ought to join the Vanguard as soon as possible. If the number of Eaters we just saw is any indication, they'll be facing a formidable host. What'd I say? Dramatic battles are best in the rain. God, the guard is getting their asses handed to them. Oh, wait. You should totally play this game, Crash. What lovely weather, just what we needed. It seems the battle has already begun in earnest. Make haste. Crystarian forces are engaging the Sin Eaters at various locations across Lakeland. Assist them in defeating the Eaters before they are decimated. So wait, I get to... Are we playing Dynasty Warriors? Because this is going to be fun if we're playing Dynasty Warriors.
Let's give it our all.
Come on. Might make sense if I actually turn on my gem.
Help is at hand.
Yes, 4 is memeing on us. Fucking angel dicks. Let me target. Let me target. Those eaters, they're moving toward Raska's round. It's not giving me... There we go. We should follow, but we need to... We need to help those... What was it? We cannot neglect those in need of aid. I forget what quote inspired that. That I remember. That was when we were. That was a couple years ago when we were playing Blackout Club, which is a very fun game, by the way.
Leave the healing to me.
I think it's exclamation point quote ad. Get him, Alize. I do the same thing. This is true of not just here, but this is also like in a lot of other games with nameless NPCs. Well, basically, what that quote was from was, I think it's quote adds space. Is what you're looking for. Like, exclamation point, quote, space, add, and then you add the quote. It didn't add, it would tell you if it did. But no, that was specifically in the Blackout Club. What was going on there is we had one person whose screen name was Havoc something or other. I forget his full screen name. But he was running around literally, like, tanking every adult. Space, not underscore. Space. And that guy actually managed to bring one down. Can I not? Fucking target the angel! Oh, shit.
I shall protect you.
That's right, bitches.
You will rue the day you cross my path. It was nothing.
It was a nothing. Master Matoya has a few tricks up her sleeve. Allow us to demonstrate. A most impressive trick indeed. Make for the imperative, shall we? I don't have a carbuncle. That's the carbuncle is Alphanos. I need to actually start moving faster. Sounds like it. Someone have made short work of these eaters. Arasada, you'll be glad to know the locals have all taken shelter. Nevertheless, we can't allow the eaters to gain any ground. With me. We're gonna double tank this shit. This can't be good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're at 7. We're not at 8 yet. Shit, that angel just took out all those soldiers. Sprint slow, not on. Quick, somebody use Peloton. I'll follow the eater. You press on to the imperative. I'm staying with you. All right, Nymphilia, have fun. We've lost too many already. We must hurry. These eaters are too organized. They can't merely be acting on instinct. Of course not. Ranjit is the one in command. Light party. It is as we feared. Why are we standing here? But our task as ever was, turn the tide. I mean, I count as a full party on my own. Hello, Xenu. How are you doing? The lives of the wounded are in our hands. Tag them all. I saw that you made a post, Xenu, but I've got to pay attention here, so I'll read that in 1 second.
On your feet.
All right. Come on, get closer, damn it. What the... Come on. Keep losing track of my mouse and all this. There we go. There she is. Come here, you motherfucker. More eaters. God, these guys hit hard. Or these guys have a lot of health.
I will not be outdone.
And she just summoned more.
Mortals will suffice. My strength is yours.
May the 12 guide you.
The stars shall grant us.
Let's give them a show! With heart and steel!
Alright, she's down. Duty complete. Okay. Hey, so next week we move in, so I don't think I'll miss the game, but if I have to stay overnight in the new house, that'll happen. That's all cool. That might... It really depends. Every week is different for me, so I don't know what's going on as far as, like, our game next week. So we'll see as far as that goes. We haven't played in a while, so... Fuck yeah, Minfilia. It's been a long fight.
There are so many.
No, that's cool. Not Lena. Get him, Philly.
Lena, hold on.
They turned on me.
What? Tancred being a good tank.
This one is mine.
Right? Wish I could jump like that. Motherfucker. There's no end to these assholes.
We need only hold out a little while longer. Reinforcements are coming, remember? The captain said so. We're going to be all right.
Run! Run, damn you!
The Warrior of Darkness has returned. The Bloody Knight has returned. So stay with me, eh? You can't go dying now.
This is gonna make me really upset.
God damn it! Please let this work. Please let this work.
Nope.
No. No, no. Stay back. Stay back.
She's a sin eater.
Why did you spare me? Why? What have I done to deserve this mercy?
Forward! Forward! If you can still hold a sword, follow me! Wounded to the rear! Weapons at the ready! Let's make this count!
Literally, if they had been able to get here, like...
Fight and struggle. Seek salvation
like,
by your own hands. Though the losses be grave, endure them. Though the victories be hard,
30 fucking seconds! It's all it would have taken. 30 fucking seconds. I am. That was not intended, but I am. Seems we've driven them back, for the time being at least. The wounded have been collected and are undergoing treatment right now. Once they're ready to be moved, we'll have them carried back to the Crystarium. The dead as well, of course. Those whose bodies remain, anyway. I'm going to have a good and relaxing time today. Logs into the game that makes me cry, right? Oh, like, yeah, so Secret World. There was a LARP I played in for a while, and unfortunately, a couple of people who play it or happen to frequent our game. That's Hiroto, Cvance. But it's a post-apocalyptic game that involves zombie apocalypse stuff. So it is, let's play a game that destroys our own psyches because it's like we create suffer puppets. How much suffering can I inflict on my character and their backstory kind of thing? So I get the whole, I'm gonna get sad for fun. Alize is contemplating all that must yet be done in the wake of battle. So you're going to be sad, but you're going to be so happy about it. The others are helping to treat the wounded. I'm planning to assist in moving them, but even so, we simply don't have enough hands. I'm sure you're fit to fall over after what we've been through. Gods know I am. But if you'd see a few of the patients, it'd be an enormous help. Captain Lena is about somewhere. You might also consider asking her if there are any outstanding areas of need. We'll talk later. So I know that she ran off like that because she's like, I'm gonna go help people. But like the way she was running and like kind of the tone of her words, there was a part of me that's like, Alize is quickly running off because she's gonna go like bawl for like a good 2 or 3 minutes before she actually goes and helps people. I mean, that's what I would do. With tear-filled eyes, the prone man gazes up at you. His fingers twitch as if to reach for you, but he lacks the strength to raise his hand. It's kind of like there's a moment in an episode of Scrubs where Elliot has to get okay with crying. because she's just holding in so much pain, basically. And so it's one of those things where it's like, it's okay to cry, and it's the whole thing where it shows her, like, going into a supply closet to cry, then wiping her eyes and immediately going back to work. And so that's kind of what I'm getting out of this, where it's like, I have to go somewhere when no one's going to see me, where I can break down for a bit, and then I can come back and keep going. Thank you, but it's too late. One of them, it got me. If I turn, please kill me. I beg you. Trembling guard. Don't touch me. I killed her. I killed her. She was one of them. I know, but Oh, I need to hydrate.
Oh, I did not see you there. Is there something you need?
No, I'm fine. How are you feeling?
Injuries are part and parcel of battle. While there's breath in my lungs, I shall see my duties done.
That didn't answer my question.
Don't pretend you're not of the same mind. You fought well today. Saved a great many lives. Thank you.
Not enough.
Unfortunately, this war is far from over. We must replenish our ranks and shore up our defenses before they attack again.
Replenish from where?
Now, if you will excuse me.
Oh, I thought so.
I am fine.
No, you're not.
Completely and utterly fine. Better than fine. Hale and hearty and still alive to mourn those who are not. Who I failed to protect when they needed me most.
That's because you're a dancer and not a tank.
We've come so far, so goddamn far. I could have sworn the end was in sight, and now... Now they will never see it.
Impudent worms of the Crystarium! The tragedy that has befallen you is of your own making. Divine retribution for your defiance. The heavens have bequeathed to you a benevolent savior, me. I offer you freedom from pain and suffering. A paradise where man and seed-eater might live in peace and harmony. Why, already, our winged brothers and sisters regard me and mine as kin, alike to them in beauty and purity.
Y'shtola, would you mind blasting those out of the sky for me?
But you not only reject my prophet hand, but raise your own against my sin-eaters. But it's only right that they respond in kind. Let this be a lesson to all those who would walk the path of sin. The wicked shall not inherit this world!
I'm gonna enjoy killing his ass. Lena is gazing solemnly upward, and it's not difficult to guess what occupies her mind. Valtry's ship is already gone. How flattering that he came all this way just to give his little speech. I apologize for my earlier outburst. Rest assured that I have no intention of allowing any of my wounds to affect the performance of my duties, especially not now. If I may, could I ask that you seek out Thancred and Mephilia for me? They endangered themselves on my behalf, and it would feel better knowing that they are well looked after. Thancred in particular sustained quite an injury from that Sin Eater. Would not be surprised if he were in Spagriax still. Please, give them my thanks. Oh, he's back in the Crystarium. I mean, wouldn't you be? Yeah, no, there's a reason this game's not giving me control, and if it was giving me control, then I would have immediately summoned Red Hair and flown up to those barges and cut them out of the sky. Like, nope, no more of your bullshit. You do not get to come over here and spout your angry shit while men are dying. I didn't put up with this shit from La Habrea. What makes you think I'm gonna put up with it from you? Which is the big mood? Paladin with frisbees, or I didn't put up with this shit from La Habrea. What makes you think I'm gonna put up with it from you? Like, this game would be a lot different had they allowed me to have, had they let me have, the Shepherd Renegade punch. Renegade interrupt. Punch them in the face. I have Reign of Death game. Let me do it. I can shoot him from here. Right? Not if I hit him in the face. And not if Renegade Interrupt is throw sword in directly into his big fat mouth. Oh, I'm going the wrong direction. Rip my ankles. You hear from me? I'm sorry to put you to the trouble. I'm fine, really. The Eater landed an unfortunately solid blow, but the healers have done wonders. I'm more worried about Minfilia. She's not taken it well. Could I ask you to speak with her? My attempts to reach out seem to have the opposite effect. She's gone off to the Hortorium, ostensibly to fetch herbs for Chesamil, but just talk to her, will you? Walk to the mech and pray, like strut into it. I got a fucking gun right here. I also have explosives. So yes, we could use the Aetheryte to blip around, but like listening to the music, like, and it's just giving us a moment. Think about how many times the Warrior of Light has had to replace their boots. Because they walk so many places. She's just staring into the water. Minfilia appears to have lost in thought. Perhaps a gentle poke will get her attention? Billy. Eep! Oh, Arasada. What are you doing here? Came to find you. Thancred was worried about you. Thancred. It's my fault, you know. I jumped at the chance to help Lena, but I was careless, and now it's my fault. Then you'll be wanting to get those herbs for the healers. Oh, what have I done? I promised I'd be right back, and yet here I am. I know that I need to be better, but I'm only allowed to be part of this because I'm Minfilia and I need to be more like her. All I do is make mistakes, put others in danger. Well, yeah, you're DPS, that's what you do. But you're right, I can still help, if only by seeing these herbs safely to Chesamil. There's only 2 left on the list, but I'll need to ask about this one. I've looked high and low and I can't seem to find it anywhere. Would you mind collecting the other? I would hate to delay any longer than I already have. You're looking for something with soft leaves that's very fragrant, in an unmistakably medicinal way. I was told we only need 2 sprigs or so. Once you've got them, you can bring them directly to Chesamil. Whoever gets there first can explain that the other will be back shortly. Thank you. I appreciate the help. What are you giggling about, Rosie? These plant has soft leaves and smells strongly medicinal. Actually, now that I think about it, for when you're like, I have a gun, I could just shoot him. It just makes me think of the first Austin Powers film, where it's like, look, you don't have to do this. I've got a gun in my room. Just let me walk up there, grab it, bring it down here. Boom, we'll take care of him. Okay, she's back here. Okay, no. Oh. So I'm actually happy that I see Minfilia here, because the first thing I thought of is she sent us to go get an herb that doesn't actually exist so she could run away, because obviously she's putting everyone in danger. And I'm like, please, please do not do that trope. Please do not do that trope where she's running away from me. Minfilia told me that you would be bringing back the rest. Elven Dill. Marvelous. With this, I can replenish our store of medicines. We're struggling to keep up with the number of wounded that are being brought in. It wasn't on the field, but it doesn't matter. The patients' faces make plain that it was a horrible battle. And we're still fighting it, I suppose, though with bitter medicine rather than sharp steel. But we'll win. I promise you that. Seems I owe an apology for dragging you into yet another battlefield when you've just come off the front lines. In both cases, I'm sure your efforts saved more than a few. With Spagrix in good working order, the Crystarium's people will be well cared for. More lie ahead, of course. Battles only you can fight. Not that we intend to let you do it alone, but that's a matter to discuss with the Exarch. You know the Exarch? We do. Was there something you needed? I need you to tell him something. For me. My dearest friend, you see, he was on the battlefield with me. But only the one of us is here to speak of it. At the end, before the wounded killed him, I heard his dying words. I never knew that our world was this beautiful, he told me. I'm so glad that I got to see the night sky. I don't know how the Exarch feels about what happened out there. I don't know if what Valthri said is true. If our losses were our just deserts, or we doom ourselves to a worse by continuing to fight this fight. But I believe in the Warrior of Darkness, and the Crystal Exarch. I don't think what they've done is wrong, and I don't think we're wrong to fight with them either. My friend, he smiled at the end, just as he smiled when he raised his glass to celebrate the return of night. That's how I want to remember him. So I want you to tell the Exarch, don't give up, don't give in, please. We'll tell him, you have my word. Come on, load in. Man, it's just deciding to take forever to load here. There it goes. If I were stronger, how many people would still be alive? Thancred seems keen to quit the infirmary. If you're ready, why not go ahead to the Ocular? I can't keep the Exarch. You can keep the Exarch company while I fetch Alphino. Don't worry. I mean to borrow the swiftest Amaro I can find, so we shouldn't keep you ere long. Be sure to pass on that message, eh? Okay, so before we go in, we're at the 6-hour mark, so we're going to take another quick 5-minute break here. I'm going to get up and stretch, and give my butt a rest because I've been sitting for too long again. But I'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes, y'all. I'm going to turn our background music back on. But y'all don't go anywhere. Lisa Gerrard and Patrick Cassidy. The song is called Elegy. So anytime you need to look up what I'm playing, exclamation point current song. Enter the ocular. Welcome, my friend. Tales of your heroism on the battlefield precede you, though I confess I found them more gladdening than surprising. Here no few of our people would have to thank you for plucking them from the jaws of death. Would that they had not needed saving to begin with, but the responsibility for that lies with me. One of our soldiers said that? Thank you. Rest assured that I fully intend to continue our work. I will not shrink from what must be done, now least of all. Though I mourn the lost, I will not lose myself to grief. And even should regret be my constant companion, I will follow the path I have chosen to its end. We have some time before the others arrive, if you'd like to talk. And if I were to confess any doubts I might harbor, no one need ever know? No, I believe you have enough burdens without my adding to them. Nevertheless, thank you. Still say that this specific piece of music makes me think of the Moonlight Sonata. Are we missing anyone? Or is this everyone?
My friends, with your aid, we have weathered a brutal assault.
Yeah, we're missing Emmett.
Sorry I'm late, though I would not have been had anyone thought to notify me in advance.
As I was saying, it was only with your aid that we weathered this assault. Without it, the Crystarium and all who dwell here would now be gone.
For each we saved, another perished. If there is anything else we can do to help, anything at all, you need only ask. This is our home too, and we want nothing more than to keep it safe.
Thank you. We are blessed to have you with us. As for the attack itself, Vorthri may call it divine retribution, but Sin Eaters are creatures of instinct. A coordinated assault is unprecedented.
Even though that's exactly what they just did.
Moreover, in the absence of a Light Warden, there should have been no compulsion for lesser Sin Eaters to congregate here en masse. All of which points to a single, unavoidable conclusion.
That these minions of light answer to a higher power. He who did claim kinship with them, who did boast of control, not in idleness, 'twould seem, but in earnest. Lord Vorthri.
Indeed. What I mistook for bluster was in fact the truth. The Sin Eaters are his to command. But if he imagines this show of force will convince us to bend the knee, he is sorely mistaken.
I take it your meeting in Yulmore did not end well.
To say the least.
You could say that, yes. But I am wiser for the experience nevertheless. It appears he has mastered a technique which allows him to enslave the minds of others. A fact I discovered when he attempted to use it on me.
That would go some way towards explaining the peculiar reverence afforded him by his subjects. There may feasibly be a handful of true believers among them, I suppose, but it would not surprise me if the vast majority were in his thrall.
Would make sense.
Had I not anticipated his treachery, I might well have joined them. But seeing his invitation for what it was, I sent a glamour in my stead. I rather doubt such tricks will avail me a second time, however.
Did you have any luck tracking down the Light Warden in Calusia?
Sadly, I have nothing to report on that front. What of Arm-Arang?
After a fruitless few days scouring ruins, I resorted to asking the locals. While no one I spoke to had seen any sign of the Warden, I did uncover a possible lead. An abandoned mine in western Arm-Arang. From what the Maud told me, it would be a perfect place to stay out of sight. Of course, I could never hope to explore such a labyrinth quickly or safely on my own, so I returned here.
Even should we all join in the endeavor, an exhaustive search could take weeks, and with no guarantee of finding anything.
The Wardens harbor vast reservoirs of primordial light, do they not? Far beyond anything found in lesser sin-eaters. And isn't it true that the Oracle could see the light of a sin-eater from miles away? Surely a Warden would seem like a blazing beacon by comparison.
Theoretically, yes.
To the real Oracle of Light, I mean. The real Menphilia.
You mean you? You're still Menphilia.
If we travel to Arm-Arang, to the south where she halted the flood, I could summon her back. What do you think?
Putting you in that situation again.
Don't what? Do what I can. What we both know is right.
Do not presume to know my mind. You have no idea what you're proposing.
But I do. I know why you never said anything. Because you thought you could keep me safe by keeping me in the dark. And maybe I thought so too. But I knew, Thancred. I always knew.
Oh, I see. I thought you were a rather underwhelming reincarnation. But it all makes sense now. The Oracle lies dormant within you, doesn't she? But to draw on her true power, you must become one, both body and soul. To wit, one being must consume the other. Who shall be the lucky winner?
This doesn't concern you, Ascian.
Emmett, you're not helping.
But it plainly concerns you. Which is why your heart is ready to burst out of your chest. Despite the raging tempest in your bosom, however, you have never once opened up to your young charge. Now, why would that be? Love. Well, I for one think it's a marvelous idea. Certainly more promising than any of your other suggestions. So,
didn't Menphilia say she didn't want to do that?
I'll meet you at the gates.
Menphilia straight up said that's not what she wanted, though. See an uncomfortable situation and go, is anyone going to make this even more uncomfortable? And not wait for an answer. If this is the course you have agreed on, I will not object, although I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to spare any of the guard to accompany you. But I can promise you that you will be well looked after upon your return. Just see that you do return, all right? If I only had been able to locate Calusia's Light Warden, it might not have come to this. I can't imagine what Thancred must be feeling to behave this way. To say he's changed since coming here would be an understatement. He may well be a different person. He reminds me of... He reminds me of Father. He argued with us for months about our plan to go to Eorzea, but in the end, he accepted our decision. I do hope he's doing well. Oof. Oof. Oh, I haven't gotten to that point of the story, but I have heard, like, the rumors. Oof. Philia demonstrated impressive resolve just now. It seems that she understands what must be done, though I do wonder if she's truly prepared to make the choice. Should she falter, it will fall to Thancred to guide her, however much he wishes it were otherwise. Though Thancred hath long known whither this plan doth lead, his journey hath brought him no closer to acceptance. Will you ever grow tired of shuffling your feet? If you have something to ask me, ask! Tell me about Zodiark. As I told you before, Zodiark is the creation of my people, the first people. We summoned him as your kind might summon a primal, albeit an infinitely more powerful one. And, like one of your primals, he tempered us. It was only natural, there's no resisting such power. And so we Ascians came to exist solely to bring about the rule of darkness, his darkness. Of course, some would call us evil for it, and they would be fools, though that is only to be expected given their innate inability to conceive of the nature of our universe. But I believe I am repeating myself. Do you not trust me to speak honestly? Do you hope to catch me in a lie? Really, I have no need of deception, and even if I did, I assure you, you wouldn't find it quite indistinguishable from the truth. I don't know, I just, like, that's how he comes off. Yeah, we're tempered, moving on. I'm sorry to be so insistent, but I know this is the only way. If you're willing to give me a chance, come with us. Here, let me just throw this bombshell in your lap and then walk away. This is what we needed, more rain. Wait. I'm a dumbass. Sorry for the wait. I'm ready now. And you're sure you want to do this? Completely sure. Look, no matter what happens to me, I'm sure I don't want to go back to being who I was. I want to be stronger, strong enough to face my destiny. And I want to believe that I can play a part in saving this world. I hope you can find it in yourself to believe it too. When you put it that way, how could we not? The Light Hair Brigade. If it's your decision to make, just be sure that you're prepared when the time comes. God, all of us have light-colored hair. If we are all assembled, shall we depart? We'll follow your lead. What route would you have us take? About that, there's something I neglected to mention. I saw a Umorian airship coming to land over Amarang while I was on my way back to the Crystarium. No doubt the same vessel that bore Valthry's forces to Raktika. Meaning we can expect to encounter armed resistance on our journey through the region. Cool, we'll get a chance to kill more of them. Right now, Nabatharang lies in the southern reaches of Amarang, and there are two routes we can take to get there. The first is the eastern route, which would lead us past Mordsuk. The other is the western route, which would require us to pass through the hills of Amber. Benfilia and I took the eastern route last time. Yes, that's the more well-trodden path. It also makes for easier traversal of the Nabath Severance. But we can't use it. If we did, we'd need to cross the Severance from a point nearby the inn Journey's Head. If the Umorians caught wind of our approach, we could very well bring them into contact with the inn and its patients, and we can't be sure their activities would not meet with Valthry's approval. It will make the journey more arduous, but I believe it would be safer for us to take the western route, which brings me to my proposition. While you make for the hills of Amber in the west, I will draw the Umorians' attention elsewhere, to an area in the east that I know to be uninhabited. That way, you'll have a chance of reaching Nabatharang unopposed and without risk to civilians. I cannot deny that's a solid plan, but nor can I allow you to go alone. My skills will make your task at least somewhat easier, will they not? I will accompany you as well. It will afford us a chance to have a proper conversation. And if I go with the others, I'm likely to say something Thancred will regret. Well then, we'll leave the work of distracting Valthry's voices to you. The rest of us will make for the western route and try to avoid attracting attention. With that in mind, I think it best we follow the road from the bridges. We'll move faster with a solid path under our feet. We'll borrow a few Amaro for our own journey. Leave the rest to you, Benfilia. Serious faces, serious. Thank you. I'll try not to disappoint. Yeah, we're tempered. Duh, always. Anyways, who disagrees with me they were going wrong, and I'm definitely not biased about that. Emmett, you were very smart, but you were also so dumb. When it's trying to fit in, Emmett doesn't need to memorize multiplication tables. He has Zodiac and his ass is fat. Alright, I want to see, show of hands, who all thinks that this plan is butts? Because I'm thinking this plan is absolute butts. If the echo was correct, Benfilia does not want us to do this. She wants this girl to live her own life. I'd rather respect what Benfilia wants. Would that we all had thy surety of purpose. We'll need to move quickly. The longer the others need to keep the Umorians busy, the more likely they are to be caught. There you are. The gate leading to Amarang is just up ahead. In all the time I've been here, I've never ventured into the Hills of Amber. Not that I'm particularly intimidated by new lands at this point, but we have more than enough reasons to be cautious as is. Keep an eye on Menphilia for me, would you? Ascians will be mind-controlled by our rock without thinking twice about it. Yeah, I'm mind-controlled. What of it? Who shall walk among us upon our return, I wonder? Amarang lies just out beyond the gate. Need only speak to the sentry. I'm ready. Let's go. I don't think you're ready. Off so soon, Master Ishiku. You've barely had time to recover from battle. Now I got shit to do. Well, if you're certain, I'm hardly in a position to question you. Shit's real, man. Ain't no rest for the wicked.
Take comfort in the bonds you share. Accept the pain when the time comes to part. Press on, for joy and sorrow walk hand in hand.
Sweet. I don't see any hands, so I'm the only person who thinks this plan is butts?
Beneath which run hidden veins of mineral wealth.
Butts being a bad thing. This plan is ass.
Or ran, at least. Mayhap they are spent. Or mayhap the ringing of hammers can yet be heard below.
Well, we're not throwing the dice. We're straight up sacrificing a young girl just to see if we to chance the fact that we can get an edge in this war. Oh, that was dumb. There we go. This place has been scarred by the flood too. Who can say what lies ahead? But whatever else this road may be, it's mine to travel, and I don't plan to take a moment of my time to spend on it for granted. God, I wish I could bank all this XP I'm getting from these quests. Thancred is gazing with interest at the nearby village. I take it you're seeing what I'm seeing? Finding a village when we're hardly 10 paces into the hills is a surprising stroke of luck, especially given our recent fortunes. But you won't hear any complaints from me. Let's see if the folk who live there can tell us what to expect from the road ahead. Guessing it means that village down there. If it wasn't so late, I'd have popcorn. Fair. Well, howdy, partners. This town ain't big enough for the four of us. Zun zun. You sell? No, you're no merchant. But then, why do I know your face? Oh, I remember. You spent Volbert gold. Such a coin purse, cracking. You already a legend among moored travelers. You're a traveling merchant, then. Can you tell us anything about this village? Of course. Anything for valued customers. This place is Garrick. Before the flood, it was home to many miners. After, not so many. Now none. So Master Gingin borrowed the village, made it into trading post. Very convenient location. In which case, you must all be familiar with the local roads, correct? We're on our way to Nabatharang ourselves, If we continue south from here, will we have any difficulties reaching it? Oh yes, great difficulty. The flood rent the stone and crushed the mines surrounding Nabath Arang. Only steep cliffs and collapsed tunnels remain. Oh no. Surely there must be some way. Do you think of any other Mord might have some sort of hidden route? Perhaps. You ask, they tell. Tell for free, even, to friends of our best customer. Wonderful. Thank you for your help. Well then, best customer, let's see what information your reputation buys us. Real. You wish to go to Nabath Arang? There was a way once, a gondola down from the cliffs, but it was built for those who had left something behind when they wished to retrieve. Now there is nothing left, no one to use it. You may search for it if you like, but I doubt its rusted wires will bear your weight. You hastily take down a memo regarding the gondola on a spare scrap of parchment. Gone. Well, I could have told you that. For Nabath Arang, airship is best. Nothing is faster than an airship. The Yomorians have one, I hear. You can ask them to take you. Though it seems somewhat superfluous to do so, you dutifully make note of Gon's words. That door's boarded up. Soul. Oh, that's a surprise. Not many bound for Nabath Arang these days. I do know of a trolley that once went there. I used to travel between all the settlements and mines in the Hills of Amber. It is locked behind a gate. However, I assume that it will have kept it from being stolen or damaged, but it also prevents it from being much use. You take down the information regarding the trolley on a wrinkled piece of parchment before stuffing it unceremoniously back into your bag. Oh, Arasada. I'm afraid I've learned of little use of how to reach Nabath Arang. The Elmorian presence, though, that's another matter. Apparently, though their army is definitely in Almarang, they have been seeing no sightings of Elmorians in all the Hills of Amber. Perhaps we can make that to a sign that Alizé's plan has borne fruit. Did you have any better luck finding us a route forward? So these are our options. What do you think? Gate aside, the trolley seems the most feasible. It does seem to be the least risky of our options. I can't imagine one gate is enough to thwart you. I'd like to know a bit more about it before we dash off in search of it, though. Perhaps Zunzun can offer some insight? Ah, valued customers. Were the other Mord of help? They make me think of, like, nice, non-threatening versions of Pearl from Black Desert Online. Of a fashion, they told us of a trolley that runs to Nabath Arang, at least. But I'm correct in thinking that there's a reason you did not do so yourself when we first asked? Yes, the gate, you see. 'Tis impassable. Before there was a hulking thing of stone, the Talos. It opened the gate, they say. But none operate such a thing now. I don't even know if it yet exists. I do not know, but you should travel east to Mount Barren Mines. That is where the trolley controls stand. I still see miners from there from time to time. If anyone knows what happened to the Talos, it would be them. Thank you, you've been a great help. We are off to Mount Buron then. Let's hope that someone there will be there to answer our questions. The Mordor cute. Because they're always so happy to see you. Aha, I get it. You get the joke? It's called the trolley problem. Mayhap the pall of light is the root of this land's desolation, or mayhap the fault lies in man and his insatiable greed. What a sight. Oh, pardon me, it's only a bit daunting, isn't it? Scale of the track is impressive, I'll give them that. Now we only need to follow it until we come to the mines. Ah. It's bright. Let's see. No, we're kidding, that's a long track. Good gnomes. Let's actually check that real quick. Travel, Aether Currents. So we have to complete 4 more quests and pick up 5 more Aether Currents. Bit of a mess, isn't it? The mechanisms for dispatching the trolley are here, just as Zunzun said. Unfortunately, anyone who might know how to use them is not. We might wait for Zunzun's mysterious miners to appear, or have a look around and see if we can deduce anything useful in their absence. I'm in favor of the latter. Something near the entrance to the mines proper caught Urianger's eye. Meet us there if you find anything. Flecks of rust adorn the rails, but they nevertheless appear sturdy enough to bear the trolley without issue. Conspicuous cup. The cup is slightly warm, and a fair amount of tea, steeped over long if the color is any indication, remains within. That would imply that there are people in this area. Ah! Being caught on terrain. Well, the joke is, the trolley... there is a well-known, logical, like, issue. Like a logic problem that's called a trolley problem. It's the whole idea of you have 5 people tied to a track, and they're going to get hit by, I don't know if you're familiar with it. You have 5 people tied to a track. 4 of them are about to get hit by the trolley, and the other one is not on is on an opposite track, and you can pull the switch and end up only killing one of them, whereas if you don't do anything, the other 4 will die as it rolls over them. But if you pull the switch, you've become a murderer rather than just letting 4 people die. Is it best to actively kill one person or let the other 4 live? And let the other 4 live, or do you let the other 4 live or do you kill the 4 because they were going to die anyway? Kind of thing. It's a logical fallacy. The benches within suggest that it might have been a passenger car. Oddly enough, though, it is clearly old. It appears well maintained. So there are people in the area, and they are using it. Go away, Gnome. That must be the Talos. Ah, Arasada, what hast thou discerned? I see. Indeed, thine observations are consistent with mine own. But let us refrain from further discussion ere our comrades arrive. Ample evidence of recent maintenance, and lukewarm tea besides. The levers for switching tracks looked like they were in good condition, though I couldn't move them myself. No ordinary person could, I think. It's my belief that no person is meant to. This Talos beareth more than a passing resemblance to golems of the source. Nor doth it appear to be a sole example of its kind. The proliferation of Talos fragments, as well as the enormity of the mechanisms here, suggest a considerable number were once in operation. Alas, the specimen and its fellows now lie lifeless and broken, and I know not how to repair them that they might facilitate our passage through the gate. And without the aid of the Talos, even if thou weren't somehow unable to bar the trolley's path, we would still have no means of propelling it. We might not know how to repair the Talos, but someone must. Otherwise, why keep everything else in working order? Whoever is maintaining the cars and rails must know something that we don't. Let's ask them. Arasada, I do believe you'll find a person of some interest skulking in the shadows behind the warehouse on the northwestern side of the tracks. Because he can spot them a mile away. While you two have a friendly chat, the rest of us will gently encourage those to the south to come out of hiding. Defend yourselves as necessary, of course, but do try to keep everyone in one piece. Off we go, then. Oh, we're being followed. How do you know? Oh, I saw them a while ago. I'm just trying to see how long it takes for them to realize that we know they're there. Oh my god. Go away, you stupid fucking mobs. Hi. Wicked White, where did you come from? No, never mind that. You have no business here, of that I'm sure. You really want to do this, bro? What are you?
What you say? That you only meant well, 'cause you did.
It's there so that people will accidentally trigger it because I think it's funny. Motherfucker! Stop! Go away, you goddamn desert coyotes. Good to hear. These two weren't much trouble either. Let's see what they have to say for themselves. Apparently. Us? We're not the brigands come to take what isn't ours. Do we honestly look like we need to steal? What, some rusted bits of iron? Don't be absurd. We're not here to rob you. A likely story. You look, well... You don't look normal, that's for certain. You don't have any wares, you're clearly not merchants, travelers never pass this way. The only reason you'd come all the way out here is to strip the machinery for parts. Oh, Trafe? Thafe? I have an idea. What if, once upon a time, a lovely lady of noble birth ventured forth in search of her lost love, joined by her two most loyal servants, sworn to follow her into the world's end. On their journey, they met a sorcerer, as ancient as time itself. Moved by the lady's devotion, he offered to be their guide, and they turned up here somehow. Yes, that's exactly what it is. I can only assume you're being intentionally obtuse, but in the unlikely event that's a serious conjecture, no. I suppose I am a bodyguard of a sort, but we'd have a rather larger concern than fairy tale romances. Though I would fain hear more of this ageless sorcerer and his heroic deeds. Oh my god, Rianche. Gods grant me strength. If I may, we're actually searching for the means with which to travel to Nabatharang. We're hoping that the trolley here might offer a solution. I realize that we haven't gotten off to the best of starts, but if you know anything about how we might get it working again... The trolley? The trolley! You should have led with that. We're always keen to discuss the trolley. Yes, Uriange just made a joke. We're both engineers in training. In fact, Jarek and Thafe at your service. Technically, I'm a miner, and he does the repair work, but our true passion is the trolley. I'm going to call you Wedge, and I'm going to call you Biggs. We're working with a few other folks to get it up and running again. And before you ask, yes, it's true that there's little in need of transport these days, but that's no reason to consign a miracle of mechanical innovation to dust. The mere sight of it traveling the track once again would make a heart sore, mark my words. You'll hear no argument from us. What progress have you made thus far? Not as much as we'd like, truth be told. Well, is there anything we could do to assist you? Would gather materials or help put pieces together? It's a sight more complicated than that, I'm afraid. If you spoke with Magnus, you'd understand. He's the only one with full knowledge of the trolley's operation. I suppose you could speak to him, if you'd like. We'll introduce you. We're literally going to show up and he's going to be like, "Ah, that's the guy that pounded me into the dirt." Very well. Our options are limited. If this Magnus can explain whatever is preventing the trolley from being restored, I'd like to hear it. Right. Looks like you'll be following us back to Twine, then. Thafe is ready to guide you to Twine, where you might meet the mysterious Magnus. If you're ready, we can leave right now. Though you haven't seen another fellow around here, have you? I thought he'd have come out by now. I kind of pounded him into the dirt. You think he'll be all right? Well, I suppose we did force your hand a bit. I'll have a look, just in case. You go on ahead, Thafe. Alright, looks like it'll be just you lot and me. Try not to let anything take a bite out of you on the way out of this rail yard. Na 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 na. Where are we going? Right over here. You know, theoretically, if the tracks are intact, we don't even need the trolley. We could just walk the track. Damn, that smarts. Did he have to thump me so hard? I'd be feeling that for the next fortnight at least. Not to be done for it now, though. I've pointed your overeager companions in the right direction. They've gone on ahead, so we need to get moving. Normally, we'd walk it up the tracks, but seeing as the young lady has a much shorter stride, that's more perilous a route than I'm comfortable suggesting. Wouldn't want anyone falling through the gaps. Of course, the low road presents other dangers, but having been on the receiving end of your friend's blows, I'm not worried on that account. Lizard. God damn it. Go away. Stupid fucking mobs. I have no interest in you. Wait a moment. I think I hear something. Oh, that's something, all right. Run! What are we running from? Gibbering coyote, huh? Woof woof. I'm assuming the big purple thing is what I need to go to next. This is because you tried to run. My bird's better than you. You okay? Sorry about that. I'll admit I didn't expect this route to be quite so fraught with danger. We're nearly to Twine, though, so we should make it without any further incident. Theoretically. Alright, so we're in a new place. First things first. Aetheryte. And a Morrow Keep, which is up there. Oh no, it's over there, okay. This is it. Welcome to Twine. The original dwellings were built to house those laborers tasked with building the track. Over time, miners came to seek their fortunes, and that's what made the town grow to what you see it is today. But it still is a trolley that brought them here. As you've doubtlessly noticed, the track goes to the very heart of the town. It was the heart of the town, back when the trolley still carried everyone home at the end of each hard day in the mines. Now there's no trolley. Not much work to be had in the mines, for that matter. The only residents that remain are the destitute, the delusional, and those with nowhere else to go. Or so they say. That should give you some indication of what to expect when you meet Magnus. As I said, it will help you understand why we can't get the trolley running. Just don't expect too much aside from that. Well, that's encouraging. But I don't see we have much of a choice. Let's go meet the man. That's a lot of bottles. Who are you supposed to be? Never seen the three of you in my life. Or the four of you, Wicked White. If you're going to bother me, at least have the damn courtesy to stand still. Methinks this one is deep in his cups. These are my guests, Magnus. We ran into them at the mines. They're looking for a way to reach Nabatharang, so they came to ask about the trolley, you see. What? Ain't nothing in Nabatharang, not anymore. And especially not for frail little girls. Give it up. No, we must reach Nabatharang. I must. Bah! You have your heart set on it. The world doesn't care. Place is a ruin, nothing more. And you're not getting in the trolley. The thing doesn't run on hopes and dreams. We're not fools. It's necessity that drives us to Nabatharang. If you insist that the trolley is not an option, at least tell us why. No. I'm sick of people asking me about the blasted thing. Leave me be. We'll speak outside. See, this is the point where Arasada would literally lift the man up by the back of his jacket and drag him outside to throw him in the dirt and explain why we need the fucking trolley. He only said that because he thinks I'm weak. He's right, but I can't be. I won't be forever. There has to be some way. I must find it. Oh, I'm sorry. I was stuck in my own head again. It's clear that Magnus has no intention of helping us, but perhaps we could ask the other residents? They may know something of the trolley. I'll take the north side of town. Let me know if you learn anything. Man, we're having a whole bunch of these. Thancred, thou art truly content to stand witness to fate's course and take no part? Night-night, Vonnegut. This isn't a matter of fate, Urianger. It's about choice. I've had years to decide where I stand. Benfilia has spent too long in chains already. I would not shackle her again by making my hopes known. It is for her to choose what shape her destiny will take. It is for me to stand silent, to protect her, teach her, and stand by her. That, at least, I can do for her. We gotta do another go around and ask everybody in town. So be it. Come, let us make our own inquiries. Na 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 na. Jarek. Oh, there you are. Be pleased to know I got our friend back home with no trouble, and he's just fine, just a bit shaken up is all. And you? What did Magnus have to say? I did have a faint hope that your need might prompt him action, where our interest has not, but I suppose it was foolish of me. I'm sorry that we couldn't be of help, though. I could at least show you the trolley car we have here, if you'd like. You could give it a stroke or two. It is some very smooth wood. Giggity? You mean to say you're not giving up, even knowing that Magnus is... Magnus? I don't see much point in your being stubborn about it, though. Perhaps stubbornness is exactly what the situation calls for. Can't forge iron without an anvil, after all. Can't imagine that anything you try will work. But if you're certain, you can help make the preparations in the event that it does. To that end, take this toolbox. We're going to inspect the rails. I'll have to look along the tracks for anything that's in need of repair. You bring the tools and be ready to hand them to me whenever I stop to work. Great. So are we, I guess we're walking the rails themselves. This spot looks like it could use a bit of work. Can you ready the tools for me? I ready the tools by tossing them in the air. You open the box, revealing a proud array of lovingly maintained tools within. Brilliant! Now, if you could hand me what I need as I work, that would be a help. In this case, well, this bolt is loose, for that matter. Can't have that. I'll need to tighten it. A mid-sized wrench. Thank you. This one will do nicely. Now give me one moment and... There. Don't see any other problems here. Let's continue along the track. Oh, there's another aether current. I'm a bit concerned about this lantern post. Would you ready the tools for me? You set down the toolbox, the muscles in your arms enjoying profound relief, and open it once again. You're quite handy to have around, you know. As to the lamp there, these aren't often necessary these days, but we're going to do this, we might as well do it properly. And if by some miracle the light returns, as it did in Lakeland, well, the night returns as it did in Lakeland, well, it's a nice thought. Anyhow, a bit of this post seems to have splintered. Whether this lamp is to be lit or not, we wouldn't want these little pieces of wood jabbing the next person who comes by, comes through here to do maintenance. I'll need to sand it down a bit. Rough file. Yes, wood file's perfect. Let me even this out. That should do it. I'll bring some varnish along next time to finish the job. I haven't spotted any other problems, so we can move along now. Unless you'd like to take a view of the tracks from here for a bit longer. It's breathtaking, I know. Mining has always been the primary vocation of folks in the hills of Amber. But after a certain point, they had dug up everything that could easily be reached and carried it back by manpower alone. That was when the Nabath Empire struck upon the idea of the Talos, which they had seen at work abroad. At great expense, the Nabath brought the Misteel engineers who specialized in Talos here to the hills. And wouldn't you know it, the mining industry picked right up again. Twine itself sprung up around that time, as a matter of fact. It was named after the entwining of rails, the fruitful cooperation between the native Ronso and the newly come Misteel. But that, like so much else, fell apart in the wake of the flood. The Misteel left, taking their knowledge with them. It was 15 years ago. The last of them, the folks from Daedalus Stoneworks, took off for Yulmore, and now no one remains that can repair and operate the Talos. But there's no use in lamenting. Well, it can't be changed, and there's one more thing that need to do while we're out here, so we might as well get to it. Vultures occasionally make their nests along the tracks, you see, and it befalls us to remove them when they do. The creatures are angry when disturbed, which is natural, but nevertheless a danger to anyone passing by. It's not my favorite task, to be honest with you. As you may have noticed, I'm not terribly suited to confrontation. That said, would you follow the tracks north and remove any nests you find for me? I'll keep an eye on things from here. It's Daedalus Stoneworks, it is. Why does that name sound so familiar? God, I'd hate to be doing this quest as a Dragoon. Bounce off the fucking rails. Yeah, Red Mage, you could just, like, not use your, Korra and, disengage. There we go. Thank you. That should be everything taken care of. In return for your help, I'll tell you a bit more about the trolley. Nothing that can get it started again, though. As I said, the only people who knew how to repair the Talos are long gone. When they left, the life began to bleed out of the town. Trolley tracks rusted and the cars fell into disrepair. Now, I was born in Twine, raised there. My first word was trolley. Damn it, those are the worst years of my life. But then, about 7 years passed, Magnus and his wife returned to us. Magnus is a real, proper trolley engineer, and perhaps he would never have left in the first place if it hadn't been for his son. As you're well aware, Amarang is hardly the safest place, and Magnus wanted his child to grow up away from its dangers. It didn't help. In the end, the Sin Eaters got the boy. Isn't that always the way? The child had always said that someday he wanted to see Magnus's trolley running again. So in his memory, they returned to Twine, started fixing those rusted rails and broken cars. All was going well for a time. Wicked White vultures? They're back for revenge? Never mind, I don't want to find out. Alright. I wonder if you could actually ride a horse over tracks like this and the horse actually not accidentally put their feet in between the rails. Or the slats. Nice work out there. But now you know the story of the trolley. Wouldn't do too much good without the Talos, though. If there was a single one that still functioned, things might be different. But, well, here we are. Despite his better judgment, Jarek is considering throwing you a bone. Not that it'll do any good, but we do have a Talos we've been meaning to repair. I can show you it if you'd like. It'd certainly be nice to hear something other than Magnus griping for a change. Rianger is already here. Truly a most vexing state of affairs. I thought mayhap a closer examination might yield something of value. I see. Means to build Talos stone by stone are lost to us, 'tis true, but here before us slumbers a most fine specimen. Indeed, were it not for a few minor failings, it would be in working condition. It will likely require naught but a few modest repairs and a suffusion of ether. Well, if you think you can get the thing up and running, far be it from me to stop you. But what exactly you reckon is the problem? I should stress that I have performed only the most cursory of examinations, though such arcane constructs are not wholly unfamiliar to me. As I did suspect from the first, it is host to a network of veins through which aether floweth freely. Or so it would, were it not for several fractures which now impede said flow. How in the hells did you get all that from just a glance? I take it you've thought up a solution as well, then. To bridge these fissures requireth a material highly conductive to ether. Once in place, I believe it will be possible to restore the Talos to life. Might I prevail upon thee to inquire what we require? Not far beyond the walls of Twine layeth a creature of living stone, the the debitage? Full sure I am that the stone from such a wood being would prove most suitable to our needs. I can get it. Very good. I shall have Thancred and Phileas attend me to the remaining preparations. I spied but 3 obstructions to the flow of ether in the Talos, and thus would ask you provide 3 stones of the debitage. All else will be made ready upon thy return. Alright, let's see. I'm assuming they're the things that are like halfway out of the sand over here. Yes. Giant purple sword. There we go. Alright, now where's the next one? Now, who's next? There we go. Back to Twine. Excuse-moi. Thancred and Memphilia will return ere long with the remaining supplies we require. Didst thou succeed in procuring stone from the debitage? Fine specimens, one and all. You have my thanks. We need now but wait for Thancred and Memphilia's return. From end to end, the paths with which aether may flow through the Talos have been duly mended. But they require a sufficient endowment. It's not moving. Strange, the core refuses to stir. I fear the condition of this Talos is more dire than I previously surmised. As a heart driveth blood through a man's veins, so doth the core aether through this massive frame. Failing its repair or replacement, the Talos cannot be restored. So it was the heart after all. Thou didst foresee this outcome? Well, no, not exactly. I'd never gotten this far in trying to repair it, so we had no way of knowing the heart was the real problem. We tried to find another, in case things turned out as they are now, but... Jarek? This really isn't my story to share. Please, Jarek, if something went wrong, maybe we can help. Alright, alright. After all you lot have done for me, I suppose it's the least I can do. Let's see, Jarek may come to regret this next decision. Right then, the Talos. Their hearts cannot be made of just any stone. You need a special sort with sufficient ethereal conductivity. Both it and the other materials used in the construction of Talos bodies are mined in the same place. That place, of course, being here, the Hills of Amber. And it was 3 years ago when she... No, I can't. I'm sorry. You'll have to hear it from Thafe or someone else. Back to the tavern, then. Still here, eh? You can ask again, but the answer's the same. Our trolleys are... No, I need you to tell me a different story. What? God's damn it, jerk. You at least finished so I didn't have to clean up your mess. Seeing how you made such quick progress in fixing the Talos and all, he was probably thinking you could help change things around here. And I think he may be right. Gather your friends and I'll tell you what you want to know. Alright, let's hear it. Give us the story.
Magnus's wife was a miner, you know. Greatest prospector there ever was. When the golem heart started failing, she was the first to head out in search of more. Problem was, most of the veins ran dry ages ago, and finding fresh ones to tap's only gotten harder. But she wasn't one to be deterred. She just kept digging deeper and deeper. And then the mine collapsed. We labored day and night to clear away the rubble, but it took us 2 months to find her. To find her body. Magnus has never been the same since.
It's no wonder. Still need to find that stone, though.
Where is he, if you don't mind my asking?
Ah, yes, well, if he's not here, there's only one other place he'd be.
What?
I like his fur color. It's kind of the maroon.
You again. How many times must I tell you? The trolley won't run! We'd be better off dismantling the damn thing and selling the parts for scrap. Now piss off back to wherever you came from. And don't let me catch you around here again.
Why? What are you gonna do?
What were their names?
My son was named Skuli. My wife, Agna.
Skuli and Agna?
Being here with them, it beats going home. Home stopped being home when I lost them. I thought to try and drown my sorrows, but somehow the bottle's never deep enough.
No bottle is. Believe me, I know.
You've lost someone too?
Too many.
Not like you. Not my own flesh and blood. I grew up an orphan, so I never really knew what family meant. Not until I met a man who offered to take me in and make me his pupil. He was a kindly soul, always looking out for me, like a father. Not that I appreciated that at the time, or anything else for that matter.
I'm assuming dangerously that's Louis Sois.
But I finally had a family. And then I robbed a young girl of hers. I did my best to make amends, to offer her comfort. But the more I look back on it, the more I realize just how inadequate my efforts were. I let her down. That is why I refuse to let her legacy die. In the end, all we can do is press on, for those we have lost, for those we can yet save. And that requires your Talos. Please, Magnus. You are our only hope of reaching Nabarth Areng.
What rubbish.
She's not gone. No matter what you say or believe, she's not. We can still bring her back.
The question is, does she want to come back? Alright, so how are we going to find a heart for this thing? Full well do I know the pain of loss and how heavily it can weigh on one's heart. Nevertheless, there is but one way forward. We must needs procure a new heart for the Talos. Faith, knowest any location wherein we might find the stone we require? No matter how scant the possibility, we would seize it. I told you near all the veins were tapped dry years ago. Though, I suppose if you really wanted to try, you may find something at Nuvi's Leavings. It was opened well before the Talos became commonplace, which is why the mining there was never quite as deep. When you get there, look for Guthshan and tell him I sent you. But don't be surprised if he tells you the same thing. Thine assistance is most appreciated. Arasada, I think it best Thancred join thee in this search. Though he wouldst be quick to deny it, his heart is in turmoil, and his thoughts clouded. 'Twould be unwise to ignore his distress. There he is. Alright, y'all. I think we are going to park it right here. Because it is 2:30 in the morning and we've been going almost 8 hours. And I think we have made a decent amount of progress, I would say. No clue how far into this expansion we are. If we're getting close to the end or close to the middle or where we are. So let's go ahead, we're going to pace ourselves. I'm gonna try and be back tomorrow evening. Probably sometime around our normal time, like 6 or 7. I just realized I have my schedule down below in my About tab, and I do not follow that schedule anymore because ever since I got sick, just ugh. Sometimes I'm ready to stream, and sometimes I'm not. Sometimes I can stream, and sometimes I can't. So we'll see how that goes. I thought I was pushing against my green screen over here. It turns out that's actually the horn on the side of my bird. All right, y'all. Also, considering how late it is, let me see. Let me see if anyone is. Let me see if anyone is streaming. We might find someone to raid. Yeah. COVID says fuck my schedule, and that's pretty much what happened. Maybe one day these 8-hour streams will, like, pay off, and I'll get my Buy Me a Coffee just flooded. Get all the subs in the world. And we can do this full-time rather than living basically hand to mouth. Give me a second. Twitch is taking a long time to load. But I do like how far we've made it so far. I have been enjoying the game, though. To me, it feels like a lot of the quests are kind of starting to repeat themselves. Go to area, ask around, get a lead, get stopped by something else. Go to area, ask around, get a lead, get stopped by something else. And to me, that's interesting, but it's not like, after a while it gets very repetitive. Alright, let's see, one good turn deserves another, I think. Jimmy the Rabbit is currently streaming some Valorant. Jimmy raided us 2 days ago. Jimmy the Rabbit is a great friend of mine. He does a lot of multiplayer stuff. He's also big in the he's also very, very big in the Secret World Legends scene. So I always recommend him. It is late for him. I don't know how much longer he's gonna be on. Oh, there's an ad.
Hey guys, this is Posty.
So we'll see how much longer he's gonna be on. So I gotta wait for this ad to end. Give me a second. Okay. Let's go ahead and ready up that raid. There we go. Start raid. All right, y'all. Go give Jimmy some love. I will see all of y'all very soon. Probably tomorrow evening. If not tomorrow evening, then maybe Sunday. But I love you all. I hope to see you all very soon. I hope you all have a marvelous rest of your evening.